Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme.
Fixerbot says,
Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes.
Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital land. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
T minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean.
Stream about to start. 1 minute left.
Expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
Freedom Thou says. I cannot hear Omicron.
Testing, testing. That was a long time since that happened. I had to unplug the USB of the mic and plug it back in. Yeah, I can see the movement of the audio here. So this was just flat for me. There was no input from the mic. So I had to unplug it and plug it back in on
I'm
USB.
Freedom. I got hacked a few months ago. It hurt me bad.
Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, I actually had a web shop that got hacked. Lots of years back. That was from me not updating to newer versions. I had modified it too much to want to do that. But I wasn't using it anymore, so... But I was planning to use it again. So.
They hacked me physically and virtually, so it was impossible to stop.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And they even convinced one of my old friends to get my phone.
What? Sounds very odd. So, anyway, here we're training this
PV says.
Learn cybersecurity.
Hi, good afternoon all.
Hi, good afternoon. I will continue this one, and I think we might finish it. We might do this one. Anyway, this one I will start because this is the one that Gar's event has tonight at 21.
Freedom Thou says. No, it's very common. It's called social engineering.
But you said convince one of your old friends to get your phone. That doesn't sound
It's one of the most common tactics and most useful.
Get your phone number or what? I mean, get your physical phone. That's what I'm thinking is odd. Anyway, let's get started with this. So we have hopefully a lot of things to learn here. We didn't finish the last bit of this task here, so we didn't have time. So we'll have to do this. And it is the scrolling all the way up our Windows privilege escalation room. And this is the last room in the junior penetration tester path. So I'm kind of looking forward to going to the next section. I'm thinking it probably will do.
Yes, they convinced my old friend, gave him a sum of money. He borrowed my phone at the same time they cracked a weak Google password in the phone that he buried. I forgot it was too far for my OpenAI Alpha account. Unfortunately, they hacked into it and I was banned, lost access to my research model. So I completely wrecked my life in one move.
Oh, that sounds really bad. Okay. Yeah, if you have stuff on the cloud, it could be hard to have backup locally, offline. But you should always have that for important things.
Yeah, but now I don't have my model. It's harder to do research.
Okay. Yeah. I usually see things that, well, happen like that. You try to see it positively. Maybe you will be better if you have to do something again, then you'll be even better at it later, right? A chance to learn it even more thoroughly. Have to try and see the positive in whatever happened, and maybe
the problem was simply I don't have hardware keys.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, dropping your phone nowadays is kind of bad, right? Hardware keys, I will never do that, I think. I don't think so. Because it's just another thing that, you can drop anywhere. you will lose that much more easily than your phone, I think.
Then weak password, then physically social engineered, and I knew he was a bad guy. He just appeared out of nowhere.
Okay. Yeah, then I wouldn't call him a friend.
For some reason the panic and whatever made me ruin my security.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry for your problems. Sounds really bad. I have some meatballs on the stove, so I have to go and check on them. I turned the heat down, but I think his food is about done now. So I'll put on the lunch message. Let's see here. Getting lunch. I'll be right back.
Well, it's okay, I mean, I just learned from it, use the proper security always, and I build a quantum key distribution QKD system using multiple systems that spies on hackers and gets them before they get me. It's a cat and mouse, so I constantly have to battle the QKD and their advance. Also, if you hate time, a book author called Kevin Mitnick, he wrote a book called The Art of Deception. I remember this book because it taught me a lot about resilience and adaptability.
Yes, some meatballs and curly fries. It's actually my son that likes the curly fries, so I got some too. He got the most of them. So, let's see. Yeah, try to see him positively. Yeah, I know who Kevin Mitnick is. Let's say he had impulse control problem when he was young. You know. Which is best, ketchup or mayonnaise? Actually, lingonberry jam would have been best, but it was out. So I'll have to try these instead. Yes. So he died from cancer last year. That's too bad. All the cancer for everybody, of course. Apparently, my son makes the
Just
curly
because
fries
people die in human
very...
body doesn't mean their spirit died.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I'm kind of split. Mostly I don't believe in anything like that.
On with us.
But in part, I also, you always wish. Like, my dad died from cancer 2 years ago. And I would like him to still be there somewhere, And all the people that we lose, we want them to still be there.
If you want to talk to a simulation, I can arrange it.
I don't know what you mean with a simulation. You're into the...
I built checked alpha models using quantum computer.
Oh, cool. There's so many things I want to do.
IBM 7 qubit. I can simulate entities.
Very cool. Don't be too good at it. It's not AI yet, right? But soon maybe.
Include my father I simulated.
Oh, so you meant like that?
It's an AA, yes. That simulate.
No, I don't call it AI. I call it just LLMs, right? We don't want to pretend it's really intelligent, because it's not, right?
Well, it is to me.
Okay. Yeah, so I think that all the sci-fi movies about AI, like killing humans and things like that, humans are not good for the planet, so they might not be... I mean, it's kind of a logical conclusion from all the facts on the world. If humans would tell an AI to do anything you can to save the planet, it's like, okay, bye-bye humans. It can happen, Doesn't mean we shouldn't do it, we shouldn't play with it. Interesting to see what happens in the next few years now, right? So I'm just trying to
You can find the
this
output
curly
here in
fries.
prompt. Web link.
No, I don't wanna.
If you want to do the same, you need chat 4.0.
Yeah. I'm not paying for ChatGPT or anything like that. So, currently, and I don't plan to. I was making a Python thingy to talk to it, but my test time expired, so I won't continue. It's not worth it, I feel. There's so much else to do. I use the free ChatGPT for basic information things. I don't ask it like to make code or anything because it will just do strange stuff. But some basic things. We asked it for list the permissions, the DACLs here yesterday. So we'll see if it worked. If it first time it missed things, of course. So I'm assuming the pay ones. I've been thinking about running one at home, but it's the my hardware not that good thing to. So let's see if I can finish the food so we can get started.
You can also download my
Eating
custom
these
designed
kind of
Llama
fries.
8-bit and the simulator will also work. It's free. Web link.
Cool. So I might look at that later. But I don't think I'll take the time to look into this right now because I want to do a bit more studies and then apply for jobs. Actually updated my CV now and sent it to someone that asked for it, so I'm starting to apply for cybersecurity jobs now. So I kind of have to focus on that area. I could dig into anything forever if I, but you have to select the things that you think you will have the most use of to learn. And of course that you also like, because otherwise you will get a job that you don't like at the end.
But yay, I simulate the dead. It's a quantum AI system. That's just how I connect with I. And my bot. ChatGPT Alpha. Far smarter than any human I've ever met in my life. But that's Chat Alpha plugins. The most advanced AI in the world. Using massive compute.
Yeah, but what is smart? And what is guessing the next word? Can it think of new things? Can it, all the things? Have a bad day? Can it have a bad day?
The bot
how
can
you know
predict the future
intelligence.
accurately.
That doesn't say anything about intelligence. I mean, we can't. We assume we're intelligent. Yeah, it's an interesting
I
subject.
knows my shirt
AI.
color remotely. It?
Yeah. So, where does it get the information to know what shirt color you have on?
Quantum communication.
Quantum communication. At the first I thought you were a bot, you know? And then I was thinking, maybe not.
Yes,
And now I
lots
start
of
thinking
research
it
on
again.
quantum communication and more every day.
I'm almost done. I better as well finish eating before we get started, so I don't have to, like, when I highlight stuff, I have to have me eating in the stuff.
Web link.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to focus on the studies that I have planned here. So it's interesting, but I'm finished with the food now, so. I'll just carry the plate down, so. Since I was thinking of putting it to the side, and I had 2 empty plates there, so. Carrying them down.
If you look into quantum communication, you will find Terence McKenna in this video clip, web link.
I'll just put my sign on the door too. Let's see. Right, I was going to move these, cause too many streams with clothes in the background, right? And dirty laundry on the chair. There. So let's get started with the studying. So I might look at your links at another point in time, but now I wanna get started with the studying and see where we were. We have a flag on the administrator's desktop that we're going to get, and we have tips here, or like instructions on how to find a new kind of vulnerability. So I think I started reading this yesterday, but I will read it again. Let's just first check here. Oh. Yeah, I got an important email. Okay. So, my son got denied something he really should have, like it's a law. And I asked for a meeting with the person who made this decision, and they just do bureaucracy talk. Well, then I have another email. So, there. So now my VM is set up and done here. I'll just check, because we need the VPN too. There, and let's go to number 1. Right, and we will probably need to connect, meaning we need to start it first, right? I forgot. I should have done this before. So it's this one. So we can't do much. I can start reading. That's what we can do. And I have the notes up. So start here with Windows. And we have just made notes here for how to exploit the previous two. The first one in this task was exploiting modify permission on service file. Maybe I should have service exe here instead. Maybe the to make it more explicit. Then we had exploiting unquoted service paths. Oh my, itching. So now we're going to make the notes for this exploiting insecure service permissions. And we did read that it's not the normal DACLs, it is special ones for the service itself. Let's scroll down to the right place again. And also we're checking out and making sure that we have notes for both PowerShell and CMD. Because we might not have both, right? It might not. We might need specific things. So we have PS command, CMD command, and this works on both because this is an executable. So that's how this is. And here is what the actual thing that happens, what the vulnerability is here. So now I hope to read what the explanation is for this, so we can add it to the notes. You might have still right. Before I start, I'm going to open the window. I know it's open, but I actually have the curtain pulled down because it was so sunny this morning when I left for work. So I didn't want to let all that heat inside. So let's see, you might see a brighter room here. It will be sunny outside, but now we're on the shaded side of the house here. I have morning sun on this window. So I think actually I was streaming a tiny bit there with a little sunlight from the window. There, so I can see the blue sky. It is 28.6 in here and it's only 26.1 outside. So a bit of cool air coming in here. There. So I'm kind of 28.6. I like it. If it's 30, then I'm like, oh, this is sweaty. Insecure service permissions. You might still have a slight chance of taking advantage of a service if the service's executable DACL is well configured and the service binary path is rightly quoted. Should the service DACL, not the service executable DACL, allow you to modify the configuration of a service, you will be able to reconfigure the service. This will allow you to point to any executable you need and run it with any account you prefer, including system itself. That's kind of good, right? Or bad, depending on how we see it. To check for the service DACL from the command line, you can use access. And here is where I'm like, no, I don't want to download stuff. Can't we do this by itself? Can't it do it by itself? Of course, we can use this. But I prefer to have other ways. For your convenience, a copy of is available at C Tools. The command to check for the THM service DACL is here, and we didn't run this. What we did was ask ChatGPT for alternatives, I think. Let's see if we can find this. And I'm sorry, it's allergies. We'll see. Maybe I'll take some allergy meds. more and more. Okay. Connect apps to access files in ChatGPT. Well, no. So let's click on the last one we had here. So we can attach files here if you want to know, it seems. The free one. So for DACLs for a specific service. Right. So I asked it for if we don't want to run this program, you know. First we asked it to list normal permissions, and it missed stuff. So I asked it to add. That's annoying. It's like I'll have to drink a lot. Anyway, so these two were added, the last two, because it forgot those apparently. Then I asked it to make a similar list, and we don't know if this is correct or not. yet. But maybe we should save this list and look a bit more at what it's suggesting. I didn't have time for anything yesterday. We were running out of time. So here we have services control, and here we have the iCackles, the permissions here listed. Maybe we should have permissions. Well, let's just make a file and we can sort it later, right? So Linux, Windows, let's call it service permissions, so that we can see them sorted at the same place too. So service and I'm going to paste this list here. Oh well, it had a header. We can use its header. I don't really like the format, but it's, if it works, if it's correct, we will see that. So let's make a note that this is GPT. So we know we can't trust it 100%. And let's go back to looking what it actually is here, right? Oh yeah, first these. First we're going to run their command that they have suggested, and then we will see if we can get this information from the system without running this command, right? Oh, that's so annoying. So and now we have the IP, so we can update here the IP and connect 204.200. The password is password 321. There. Now let's make this a bit bigger. There. And let's move it so that we can see if we were to, for example, have a listener or anything here. So, yeah, it had this tool too that was also from sysinternals. So we didn't use it though. So I guess I'm stubborn. Trying to use the easiest way, not the suggestiest way. The suggestiest way. Their way, they're saying in the room. Okay? So we're trying to find the best way that will make it simpler for us to do it next time. And downloading programs to the box will not be the simplest way. Making a simple command that we can just paste in there, that's the simplest way, right? So preparing to be quicker next time. So just let's open CMD, and this is slow. It takes time before the letters appear. So, and then we want PowerShell. Oh my. Pa. So, oh well, we can maximize them. So, which one should we start with? They are starting with the command prompt, so let's do that. Now let's see if I did copy anything here. I did. So they are in the actual directory when they run it. Let's see if it's in the path. No, it's not. So let's do as they have done and go to right. Yeah, I don't have special characters. We don't have Swedish keyboard on this computer, which is annoying, but it works. But I'll have to do lots of CD dots instead of thinking better here. CD. Yeah, that works because we're on the actual machine, of course. So here is where the executable is. So pasting would have been quicker than arrowing up there, right? Now I'm very curious what's in the tools directory more. I'll have to see. Sorry. Curiosity should always win, right? Yeah, so NC64 here too. Process Hacker. PS Tools. So now we have even further to go, but it's at the top. So if we run it now, okay, so we get a pop-up. Making this even more a slow way. So yeah, we're of course going to read all of that. Access check. Reports, making sure you're on the right screen. Reports effective permissions for secureable objects. Copyright. Sysinternals. THM service. So descriptor flags. Owner. So let's skip the ones that probably should have, right? So users has something that's called service all access. And if we compare this to our notes here, let's see where I pasted. We don't have anything like it, right? This is a completely different kind of naming conventions. So it might be totally like lost and not at all connected to anything slightly having to do with this. So if we read here in the room, it says here we can see that the built-in users group has service all access permission, which means any user can reconfigure the service. Yes, but what I want to know now before we do anything more is here. What does this mean? And let's Google instead now, because I want information I can trust. So I don't know why we got a hit on this page, but it doesn't seem to be here. No, I have spaces there. Access rights for service. This is much better. This is what we want. Service, security, and access rights. So what we're going to do is to copy this one, and I might delete this actually. Let's put it further down for now. This is a good link, and we found this. Include standard rights required in addition to all access rights in this table. Service change config, service enumerate dependents, service interrogate, service pause continue, service query config, service query status, start, stop, user defined control, and also this one. So if we find it instead, so it is just in this place with a space, but if we remove the space, another hit. Okay. It's not an explanation of what it is. I pasted it with the space too. Well, let's just skip a space there. Standard access rights. And let's have this one open again too. Resource manager access masks. Yeah. Here. So combines delete, read, write, DAC, write owner. Each type of secureable object has a set of access rights that correspond to operations specific to that type of object. In addition to these object-specific access rights, there are a set of standard access rights that correspond to operations common to most types of secureable objects. The access mask format includes, and that's what I was almost clicking before, includes a set of bits for the standard access rights. The following Windows constant for standard access rights are included in winnt.h. This is interesting. So now we know, though we don't have the value of it. It's always interesting. A list of constants without their value. Because I've been looking for them before. So, the access mask format. All secureable objects arrange their access rights by using the access mask format shown in the following illustration. In this format, the low order 16 bits are for object specific, here, access rights, and the next 8 bits are for standard access rights, which apply to most types of objects, and the 4 high order bits are used to specify generic access rights. We haven't clicked that one. That each object can map to a set of standard and object-specific rights. The access system security bit component to the right to access objects is cycle. So, if I read all of this, everybody will fall asleep, right? But to me, it's interesting. Sorry. I won't read all of it, I promise. So, the generic access rights is just a tiny bit here. So, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Generic read. Yeah, I was guessing that, and then I saw the list. Generic write, generic execute, generic all, AS is right to access SACL. Okay, so these are not in use yet. They're reserved for future things, I guess. Okay. So, access system security bit corresponds to the right of access object cycle. Yeah. So if we click this one now, this is one bit. The access system security access right controls the ability to get or set the cycle in an object security descriptor. Okay, so we got into a word list. And this could be interesting too, but not to read on stream. It's like a word list. That's aimed at security, but it's S. So we have a full security glossary here that we can read if we want to. So if we click the main page of it here, we have all the letters that are available where there are things. So this might be a good thing to like have. I'm thinking I could TTS this while I'm in the kitchen, you know, that kind of thing. While I'm making food or something. So you have heard of the things, even if you don't want to read them. So not to dig too deep into this, but I did link this one. And this one kind of leads to the rest. We don't have to link them all here in a long list. So the information is now available in the notes to find this here. So I'm very curious to run this actually. So we'll have to edit it, because if we paste this as a command line with new lines, it will of course break, because it will paste this with your service name. And we know that our service name is THM service. So let's go THM service here. So service get via my object class Win32 service filter name THM service. And then I would like to see what this is. Let's just run this first here. And of course this is PowerShell, meaning we cannot do it in this one. We'll have to switch over here to the other one. So what happens if we run this here? There. Can we like do echo service? Can I just do service? No, I don't think, because that would have been So I'm not very okay. Wrong key apparently. Oh gosh. I have the wrong keyboard, you know. Stuff happens. I managed to get the key there, but I don't know how. So this is what we have, the information there on the service. So this doesn't say anything about its service DACLs. So the next line in its code here, I'm copying it from Notepad and pasting it here, is the name of it here, meaning exactly what we sent in, but with capitalization correctly, right? So this is set to the service path. So let's echo. Oh, it's on the same key. It's the same key. Yeah, it is. No, it's not, because it's in English keyboard is Shift, and in Swedish keyboard is Alt GR. There, so it's not the same one. So service path, which should now only say THM service with capitalization. So it actually says the full service.name equals. Right, I didn't read it. We have others here too. Okay, so the next one is a get ACL path of this. So I'm glad for all the things it does that actually works. I cannot find THM service, but it because it does not exist. So this is what ChatGPT gave us, meaning it might not work, it might be something else totally wrong. What does get ACL ask for? That's what we want to know now. Information about get ACL. Oh look, I should have said something. I'm testing stuff, and I can't. I found it. Let's see if that helps. No. So how on earth do you get help on commands in PowerShell? I need to learn this. Get help in PowerShell on command. Get help followed by the command name. Okay. So I'm assuming GH, and then we probably could do like GA for the get ACL, right? Let's try. And I can't do dash. There. Oh, it's so slow, but I know it's slow just typing letters, so it doesn't have to be PowerShell's fault. It's slow. So we finally got in. Nah, it doesn't exist. It's so slow only. I was just playing around testing. And this is so annoying. The keyboard is not there. So now we got get help and get ACL. So I've never used that command that I know of, because I've like Googled instead, right? Long ago, I was on a PowerShell course when it was new, and I also followed the development of PowerShell. But when it was done, it was on a course with Microsoft people, and they kept saying, I don't remember what their browser's name is, but instead of Googling, they kept saying whatever the browser name was saying, and I was going like, and he was saying, oh, sorry, we've been told to say this. That's what I remember from the course, right? Of course, I already had used PowerShell before, so I don't know if I learned anything there. That was funny. Bing, yeah, Bing it instead of Google it. So it was all like very funny. Everybody, we didn't hear what he said. We were just laughing over the binging. Well, we did, of course. It was just sometimes that he was saying that. So get ACL path string audit all central access policies. Filter string, include string, exclude string, get ACL input object. So I'm kind of thinking it might not be able to do this, you know. Path and the service path. This is just giving it a name. It doesn't know that it's a service. This is not specific to services. So I'm assuming we would have to like tell it it's a service. We want a service title. And it's kind of a typical thing, and this is why I don't use ChatGPT very much, because there's probably also a reason why this room didn't use this. Also, let's add get help to the notes, because, you know, memory might not always be as good as... Let's just do get help. Get help PS command. Let's do like whatever PS command. There, we always... Alright. So we always want whatever in there, right? Sounds more fun. What I would want though is to have more details on this. So let's get help on get help. So, oh, I'm typing in the wrong place, so I'm going to actually cut it from there, paste it in here, and category all. So let's try all. No. So what is this? So all is just category all. Okay, let's try category all. Function filter. Alright. Pressing the wrong key. I'm learning English or American keyboard here. No, I was not going to move. I was going to type. I'm just looking for it. Yeah. Category. Category. So there's not more than this. Is this all the help? Or can we do like anything else? Let's Google it instead. That's anyway my first choice, you know, to Google it. So get ACL, and what we're interested in is actually services. What services? The get ACL commandlet gets objects that represent a security descriptor of a file and resource. The security descriptor contains specified permissions. Yes, but here is what we want. If they get a reply. Yeah, I can get ACL on a file or registry key, but can't see any syntax to list the ACL on a service. How do I do this? Can I do this? No, I mean ACL, the access control list of the service itself. So they got a wrong answer. So I skipped it because I started the reading there. So you can use the SC command. Okay, so let's go back here and go back here, and here we listed this using the external command here that they have downloaded to the box, and I want to see if we can find this information by just using what's already here. So let's try sc sd show, and then of course thm service. So we got something squiggly here, and this is I think what they meant about we could get the unreadable string, because I remember reading that somewhere. That this is a bit hard to read, maybe because it's just the short versions. So this tool actually only makes it clearer for us, but it's not impossible to read this. Here we can say BU, built-in users, I'm thinking. And the one before that. Now let's start at the top. So descriptor flag set, administrator, IU, and theater interactive. We have anti-authority service, SU then probably, and we have BA, built-in administrators. So this one, SY, must be anti-authority system. So this bit is kind of easy if you know that the last bit is who it is. You can see that BU has this permissions, and this one I'm assuming this is simply the flags. Well, simply and simply. Let's check this with the list that we had from ChatGPT that where is it? No, here. So let's see. This doesn't even exist in its list, right? No. So let's go back to the place where we read this. Obviously, I could still use that command, but I'd like to see. I'd like to see this and other ACL fetches built in. Okay, so this is the original one making the question, and they saying they wanted this in PowerShell. So it was so long I used VMI a lot, but it's still comfortable. Perhaps one needs to get the service type in order to get this ACL information. Let's try with the running service. Where object match computer browser, select object, service type, format list. Service type. So the browser service is in a shared process named SVC host. Oh, surprise. With an ID of 900, and this service uses the ACL of this SVC host process. So, get process ID 900, get ACL format list, PS path, PS parent path, owner group. It is displaying all the ACL information. Notice the use of format list star. Yeah. To get the full ACL information. Now for a service that runs in its own process. Get VMI object Win32 service where objects match own name match fax. Fax own process. So what did they do in this one? For the they didn't do that there. So we have the fax one and service not running and no process ID, or just ask for its state. So I use the get ACL path param on this own process. Get ACL path. Okay. So they're just the exe. But we don't want the exe's permission. That's wrong. Search those shared process for your service. Yeah, but this is not what we want. Let's see. No, the ACL of the service is not related to the ACL of the file exactly. That happens to contain the executable. Likewise, not related to the ACL of the running process. That just happens to be in the current instance of the service. The ACL of the service controls who is allowed to stop and start the service, who is allowed to change the configuration of the service, disable it or make it manual, automatic, and so on. And this is what this was so good for. Which one was the first, actually? I think it might be... Oh my god, so many. It ended up at the end. At the very end. Yeah, so this is the one where we actually see, and this is the one that's in the notes. Here we can actually see all the permissions. And here is the one that we had. Service all access. Our user has this permission. Meaning all the ones in the table. Meaning everything. Change config, stop and start, query status, lots of things. And this is what we want to find. So let's see if this person finds what they're looking for. If they don't, I'm assuming that it might not exist, because they seem to be a knowledgeable person, right? I don't think you're helping until you understand what the ACL of a service is. Yeah, I had long ago when there were news groups for Microsoft. I used to answer a few questions, and sometimes you ask the question and then you get this kind of replies from people that don't know what you asked even. A lot of them, because they try to be get points in Microsoft's eye answering questions. And some of these people, they got that, what is it? They got that, I'm a helping person there. So it was kind of, I only answered questions where I actually knew the answer, and not just also answering something else and what you were asking, That's a common thing. So the correct information, but the bad. Hi Hi Panda, how are you today? Hope you're having a great day. The weather here is marvelous again. It's outside, it's 26 degrees, clear skies, just sunlight. And 26 degrees, so it's not too warm today.
Hello. I'm doing good, just got to work a little bit ago.
Yeah. So,
Sounds like a lovely day.
yeah. I only wish I was outside then. Maybe I shouldn't be studying, but going outside and having fun. Nah, we have to study. At least I have an open window and fresh air coming in here. So, there were no more replies because he got another reply that wasn't a reply. This is the same person. Flowering weeds. Flowering weeds. Yeah, they were answering not what they asked. So they're probably doing it again, and this person was like, I don't think you were helping other teams till you understand. They didn't understand there were different things. So that was sad because this person, let's see if he had any other things, because he seemed to know what he was talking about, and the other person who answered him didn't. This is also 18 years ago, so maybe it's like about the time when I was doing this anyway. Well, yeah. So old stuff. Now let's see if we had another hit.
It says 18 years ago.
Yeah. 18 years ago. But with Windows permissions, it's PowerShell. It's back when PowerShell was young. Checking service permissions with PowerShell. I shouldn't have been reading all that. So now we have a new article. It's not 18 years old, it's a few years. Not much. So let's just simply read the code bits here. For each service path name. Yeah, but this will get the executables. Yeah, this is not what we want. And this was also annoying. Well, so another dot really this gets me interested, in doing something myself. When I don't find it, that's when I get like, I'll have to do something instead. On a folder. No, on a service. My very favorite service. let's add the command that we used. So we actually have a command here. I just need to learn. This is what ChatGPT is good on, you know, for. All right, it's. Did it do it? I'm curious now. Did it actually copy it? So what ChatGPT is good at is to translate between computerese and humanese. So this might be better. Oh my god. Oh, so there was actually, must have been a mosquito bite. Apparently I itched something off there. So let's continue on this one. Please. And translate to humanese. What do you think? Will it do it? Right, so here we have
Human ha ha ha.
Translated from Tagalog.
The output you provided is the STDL format. Thank you. That's really all I needed. Because then we can look it up. No, I don't want to convert them. I want to know how it looks. I'm hopping back here a bit. Alright, I have that window open. They changed the icon, so I didn't find it. Let's break it down in a more human readable format. It understood. STDL explanation. So, yeah, well, I sent you the string. You don't have to repeat it back to me. Represent a discretionary access control list DACL for the service TSM service. Here's what each part means. So, I have it on my other screen right here still. So, oh well, I'm thinking should I put it up double, but D indicates the start of the diagram. Yeah, it's D colon at the start here. And then we have A comma. Each parenthesis contains an access control entry. Yeah, we realized, and we realized also that this is the, let's see, scrolling up, anti-authority system. This is built-in administrators, anti-authority interactive, service, and built-in users. But this bit was a bit hard on my eyes. So confirmed that at least that they're different for different entries. This indicates an allow ACE. Okay, so allow. Okay. Yeah, and if we compare here, they have access allowed ACE type. So all these A's are, this is an allow one, okay? Right, and then we have the semicolons between A and permissions. These positions can hold flags, but they're empty here. What flags could they hold? Permissions. So they're just listed in a big list. What confounded me a bit here is that we only have one here for built-in users, and we have this list, right? That's so. If we look at the ChatGPT list, CC is create child, LC, list contents, SW, here, self-write, RP, read property. Where is RP? Oh, it's right there. And it skipped something. It skipped LC. No? It skipped DC. DC is not in its list. So, for some reason it skipped DC here, in between.
I can't wait for the day I go to the pub and a girl is talking nerdy to me explaining something like this to me.
Good luck. Good luck. Maybe the pub is not the place, right? You love to meet someone at work. Or on the internet.
Translated from Tagalog.
I work alone.
Oh, then it's kind of hard to meet someone at work. I met my hubby at work. It's a good place to meet people. WP, right property. Yeah. So what I'm interested in is we have the bits. Let's go back here. Here is how they are saved, and it's logical that they were just like on and off, and they just list the ones that are on, and if it's an allow, it's most of them are on. I don't know, maybe it's always allow. So these are the generic access rights. Where are the standard ones here? Standard are these 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so the generic I don't know, but the standard ones have. Let's pull this close here. These standard access rights are these bits, the 5 here. No, these are supposed to be 8. So and these are actually 10 if you look at all of them. Anyway, these were the ones that are specific for services, right? So maybe all of them have special meanings when it's a service, and we're talking about the service here. But these don't fit with the letters we have over here, right? Right. So, security descriptor, definition language, string format. So here we are starting to have explanations, but it's also code, and I kind of promise you not to read too much of stuff like this, right, on stream. So ChatGPT's list might be what we'll have to live with for now, because I don't want to go through a million documents. But I want a firm grip on how this works in detail, because it's kind of interesting thing, you know. If you know exactly how it works, you know exactly more about how to do things with it. And also normal permissions, of course, but it's all the same thing. This is just one type. This is a general. And we also found a list, Panda. Let's see. Here, a security glossary on Microsoft. on this. So it's short text about everything in Windows. So we ended up here from which letter? S? Because we had something on here. So anyway, this could be worth reading through this. This could be like a good intro to cybersecurity. Let's actually add this link to my I have a notes bit that is just, where is it? Acronyms. It's not only acronyms in here. So this is more like a word list. Maybe we should have an own word list for it. Let's change the name and it's all done, right? I don't want to have a separate one for word list. No, that's the wrong one. Acronyms and word lists. And this also makes it obvious that it's not like word list in the other sense. This is like dictionaries kind of word lists. So word lists, dictionaries. And we paste the security glossary here. Well, we could also could have called it glossary, right? And dictionaries. Well, I'm typing too quickly for myself. Dictionaries. Well, let's actually go back here because I was on something. So, and this is the list that ChatGPT gave us, and it feels less and less correct because these are not actually things, you know, that are there. I don't know what it did. So let's just delete this. It's just not right. So if we now ask ChatGPT, no, it's of course here. Now it has given us a possibly correct but with missing entries that we noticed. We don't have DC in here in the list. They all seem to have 2 letters, which is logical, or we wouldn't know how they map together. So let's just say, what about DC? Delete child. So it didn't do the full list again, or will it? Because it usually, you know, yeah, it updates. Was it not adding it where it was? It's adding it at the end. Yeah, so now it added DC here too, because I noticed that it was in there. So this was what I wanted computer help with. Reading, not missing any of them. So it would be very easy to just simply translate these, and instead of on the machine downloading this, right, this executable to the machine and running this, we could just copy this into our own little script or something on our machine. And maybe there's a web tool. Let's see if we can find a web tool that translates this. That would be the perfect thing, because this is nothing we need local. We can just paste the tiny string and we have it, right? So web converter online. STDL conversion with PowerShell. Now when we have this name, you know, convert security descriptor to string. So why doesn't it do it itself then? So I would like to see an example output of this. But we couldn't expect that, of course. Nah. Also, maybe I should have... Yeah, STDL converter is the thing I want. So, alright. Let's add the online as someone had done for the other one. Convert from STDI string. PowerShell utility. So, since SC, we can run it in PowerShell. The only thing we have to do is to do sd.exe, right? Right. I have to remember that I'm actually not in Linux here. I have to right click to copy. So we paste it here. No, apparently not. I clicked the wrong button. So if we do .exe here, we get the same output, meaning we could use let's see this thing. Oh, I clicked there. So let's look at this. Convert from STDI string. So what if we pipe the thingy into this and see what happens, right? So if we just, I have to click it too. If we just pipe this to keyboard, I can't type a pipe. Where do you have the pipe on an American keyboard? Oh, I found it. Oh, it's where I have one simple quote. So, very odd for me. So let's paste. So apparently we can't do that. Empty string? Oh yeah, we'll have to do something more complicated. Valid data convert from primary binding exception. Yeah, so the format is wrong. This is also several, so we would have to like mess with them in some kind of way. Let's just do one of these. What if we do this bit here, right? And we do let's just, oh, I'm very good at spelling echo. Oh my god, where are they then? Oh, I found them. You shift click for this? Right, I do too, but it's on my number 2 key. Shift A. It's our letter A with 2 dots. Hi, welcome in.
Diablo 4698 says, "Hi,
Welcome in. Diablo. I wonder if this means it's 4,688 Diablos on Twitch. Is it? There are not 42 fixes, so I have a number too, you know. It has a significance. Right, so let's... why make the error messages red?
you don't do live shows in the car anymore."
I was streaming yesterday. Started in my car. I just removed them from the schedule. I was planning kinda to add them back there, but I was also planning to move them to my other channel that's called Fix It 42 and Wind In, right? So, but I was streaming yesterday. I was like jogging for a bit, and I didn't stop. I wanted to see if I could do all full stream time without stopping. Slowly jogging there. So I'm going to try and read this, but it's very hard to see the letters for me. Parameter name SDDL4. Let's actually get help. And the dash is not a dash.
Today you don't go for a ride in the car.
No, or a run. I should take a walk outside though, because it's a wonderful weather today. So do you want me to go driving with my car? I was mostly, when I was driving, I was mostly looking for somewhere to be like walking and testing stuff outside. So get help. Convert from, and dash in the wrong place, SDDL string. And we'll see if I typed it correctly. So this tiny bit of help we get here. SDL string. Yeah, so you don't have to say it, you can just put the string there. Type. Yeah, type. File system rights, register rights, active directory rights. So it's actually not here. What the one we want, it isn't here. It's not one of these types. We want service rights. Service rights. So I might not have been correct to be happy about it. And also we had the shell, all the syntax here. I was just practicing the get help that I just learned. Yeah, let's search for service here, and there are no hits because all the other ones are listed, right? No, not all of them, maybe. These are just a few examples. Registry access rights to SDDL. SDL2. To a PS custom object. Yeah, so also I don't know what we would have as output, but I'm curious to see the code now for the tool that they have. Because this has to do something. It might just have strings for them all and doing it manually, which would be very easy. So let's add this to the to-do list. I'm thinking this could be a fun, tiny short, making tiny Python script for this, right? So when I googled, I didn't find like, oh, here's the web tool you can use for this or anything like that. Let's look a bit more here. Maybe there are options. So yeah, so this is a tool you download, and that's what I want to avoid because we already have one. But we want specifically SDDL for services. So maybe I should have added that to my Google. Translate Windows security descriptor to readable format. Well, we do have ChatGPT, but I don't trust it. That's the thing, you know. I don't trust it. Are very cryptic and look like. I want to translate these. I think it would wind up doing best. Breaking out each and looking up. Yes, I'm thinking. I'm just seeing if there's something already done before we just add it to the to-do list. Tool to generate them. Understand syntax. Penetration testing lab. So what is this? Service control manager. So what is this? Reading from the bottom up. That's of course a normal thing, right? WD. Security principle of everyone group. Yeah, so WD is then everyone. That's good to know. So SC as the show. Oh, what a nice command. We will run this at once because this we can trust, right? So we have the translation. It gave the translation itself. If I only knew more about SC, I could have seen it. Are these all though? Are these all? Let's compare it with the right, because there's another list that I'm curious to see if this one has two, and that is the SIDS. And here we have local system. Well, I already understood these from comparing the different lists here, but there are others. I want all of them, right? And this gave us all the things here. It didn't skip anything or put them in some odd order, right? Also, where there are different ones that are the same there. And also this one is not. None of these are in ChatGPT's list. I didn't ask it to translate things we don't have though. So let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So is it really just those missed now? All the generical ones. Well, this is what I trust, not the other one. So if we just do what is this? I'm just crazily trying something here. So if we say something it doesn't understand, yeah, this is the good basic. Let's try help here. This service is not installed, of course. I don't remember how to get help on this one. But we can always try the common ones, right? So SCSD show. SCSD show. I won't exit this room today. I will dig into this forever. Yeah, we can add the server name here too. So we don't even have to be on the machine to do this. To find the permissions. That's very interesting. Actually, I'm curious, do I have... I should have SC already, like a specific one, but I don't think I do. No. So, let's do SC. And so what could we say about SC? Let's Google SC, sc.exe to be more create. So there's again SC create because people use it to create services. So that is what people use. But now we want to find details about it. There are also scconfig, create delete query here. This is Microsoft's administration Windows commands. So, but it's not a general one about SC. Create, start, stop, query, and delete a Windows service. But what we're currently doing is doing SD show, right? Here we have SD show, right? So this is the stuff. So what is SS64? Good information. Then I want to know what it is. Command line reference. So, who makes this? Because it looks very good, and it's not even only Windows stuff. So, who is nerdy and kind enough to make us this thing? Simon Shepherd, Somerset, England, is making this. Thank you. website at. Website archived here. Ha 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 ha. Well, so if I were to end up on a Mac machine and don't know anything, well, I guess they're all Linux right now. Right? What's ASCII? And just the tables, yeah. So I've been looking for these sometimes. What is passwords? Password generator. So this is great. It's great. Sometimes you find these things, and I mean, Linux I feel much more comfortable with, but lately I haven't used much. They're old style, CD capitalized. So these are very good lists just to go through and see that you have a feeling for all of them. And since explanation is in one page here, we could search. So let's, if we look just at, let's look at type here. Display the contents. So if we search for display, and we want to display something. Display switch. Display directory size usage. I didn't even know about that one. Display message on screen. Display MAC address. Get MAC. So now we have to try get MAC. Because I'm like, whoo, get MAC. So many tools. We found such a, this is gold. Loving it. Such a nice resource. I mean, amazing. Amazing. Now, I forgot about now. Ha ha ha. We used to use now a lot long ago. Like making bash scripts. So this is great, but PowerShell, remembering all these names, you know. So if we use search for the same thing here, it's still here. Display an event log, display a file or other input as hexadecimal. We can just convert it to hex here if we want to. Is there anything else? Because I was looking for similarities here. It's a long list. Display the current call stack. Okay, display text on screen is called write host. So now we can write host stuff. So let's go to our PowerShell window. Actually, let's make sure that we don't time out the box because, yeah, we had 28 minutes left. Better make sure there. Get help. This turned into a study of PowerShell and other things. So we're going to get help on write host, because I use type, and that's not a PowerShell command, but it might be an alias for this. Write. I don't have this key. No keyboard. It's not set to Swedish keyboard, so I have to guess where the keys are. Write host. Can find help files for this commandlet. Download install help files for the module included. Use update help. Why didn't I read this? I might be able to get more help if I just do update help. To view the help topic for the commandlets, get help write host online. Okay, sure. Online. Again, the characters. I mean, there. It's plus. Oh my. So I did not mean for it to go online like this. And this box has the no internet connection. So I'm assuming. Just close, please. Close, please. Close, please. Close, please. I should have taken all there. Okay, so online, let's do it on my machine instead, because I have an internet connection and it's a Windows machine. So I was getting Minecraft capes for my kids yesterday. So get help. I'm practicing typing these now, and now I have the right keyboard. I can write a dash without having to think. So write host. On my keyboard, dash is next to the right shift, so it's very easy to type. There, and as it's the same, and then we do online. And then we get write host web page instead, with much more information, examples. And without having to Google, we can get help better. So, all the information I'm uncovering today here, there's so much things that are new to me. I'm learning a lot, and it's wonderful to learn a lot of things. So we also have read host. Object, no new line. Colors, I guess it colors too. Examples, write host, no new line. Second string. Okay, so this is print and print line kind of thing, right? Or whatever language or syntax or whatever thing. Include a separator. So this is not for printing files, but maybe it can do that too. That's what I was thinking. Can it print files? I mean, a file is just an object, right? And optional here to say object, just have an object. I would also like to know all the aliases. PowerShell alias list. List of aliases. I love PowerShell. So I was more going for CLS is clear host, CP is copy item, copy is copy item. Yeah, this is kind of it, right? So set VMI instance. These are more like partial thingies. But let's go for wget. It's not in the list, you know, but I'm sure it works. So some things are not in here. This is not a full list, it's much too short. This is for partial version 2. Oh my god, I don't know the partial version. Download the partial 6 cheat sheet. Updated. No, I don't want to download anything. So, PowerShell
Precosmos
current
says,
version.
Linux user normally.
No, but I haven't recently used a lot of. I've used more Linux recently. Yes. So let's check this. When PowerShell was made, then I was like in the they were streaming stuff and things from that, their meetings, and they had like talks about it and what their plans were and when they planned to add to it, and I was in there and all in the new scripts for Microsoft. I used to be there a lot. I did a lot of scripting back then, so PowerShell was very interesting then to me, administrative stuff.
Ha ha ha.
But now it's like
translated from Tagalog.
Oh, this got complicated. So this is not what I was looking for. What did I do? Support lifecycle. I just wanted to see what the current version is. So anyway, we're not on PowerShell 2. So here. So PowerShell 1 was released in 2006 and 2 2009, and then we have here, apparently we're currently at 7.4, and it's what .NET it's built upon. So I was like here, I was using it. So it's not the same thing really either. So we don't want the PowerShell 2 list of aliases because it won't be all of them. So we want a PowerShell 7 list of aliases. PowerShell 7 list of aliases. Let's see. This is December 2023. So yeah, well, let's see. List all aliases. This is really what I wanted. Get alias definition, get child item. Yeah, so I just want to get alias then, I guess. So we can do it on the box. So also we don't have to capitalize, right? So let's skip those, and I have to find, because why am I doing it on this machine when I don't have Swedish keyboard? Get the alias. So we have all the aliases, right? Also, I'm assuming there's some kind of version here. Like ver something here. Come on! Get version? Randomly testing stuff, nothing like that. So here we have wget that I was looking at the other list, not finding, seeing it's not updated, you know. Oh my goodness, I'm scrolling too far. So all of these aliases are not useful, but it's kind of good to still have this. Let's make a little list of useful commands, right? Useful PowerShell commands. And I'm going back through the tabs, back through what I've been doing, hopping back and finishing later. So Time flies, but we're finding so many things. Maybe all the tabs will just kill my OBS. We'll see. Right, so PowerShell commands. Maybe we should do PS commands because it's easy to read, right? And I also have a PS command, which is kind of like obvious that I didn't find the other one. Get TCP net connection, okay, for each local port. This is the one we want anyway. So, useful commands. And let's did I actually press the wrong button here? So GC is cat and type. Someone told me that this is much shorter to write than both cat and type. Hee because I was probably doing cat and saying that, well, it's shorter than type, right? No. I'm curious what GC is an alias for. Let's look. Get content. GC. Get content, yeah. So, yeah, we were just doing get alias, right? So, the first one is get alias, right? But even before this, we have get help and get help. Let's do command. Right, we want all of these contained in these. Because otherwise it will break the markdown formatting with special characters. Get help command. I'm feeling there should be another word here. No, it's just that. It's just that the command is always 2 words. So that's why I felt it was one, like, the one we tried was get help write host online. That's the one we tested. So, opens a web page with examples and all. Very good. And this one, of course, we could include the command. There. So get help, we don't need any more help, like, right? Get alias lists all the aliases. I'm typing so quickly I can't, for myself. I'm typing too quickly for myself. So this feels kind of updated now, but I'm also thinking, this web page, is this something that is useful to save? Partial aliases, this is just one simple. I don't love the syntax. Here they also have both directionals of this, like, translation, but I'm not seeing anything we really need here. Is it just focused on PowerShell?
Vixerbot says,
Welcome Raiders. B7H30 brought 12 friends to the party. Go drop them a follow.
Welcome in.
Woopinion says, Raid.
Yay, welcome in. So I'm having too much fun with this to actually continue. We're digging and getting information about things. So I just have tested the alias command in PowerShell here to list all the aliases.
Superimposer says,
Hi there from Theo.
Vixerbot says,
New follower was up
Thank
Marepus.
you. And
Less than
welcome
3.
in. and thanks for the follow. So, we were playing around with this, and before we tried the help, it's kind of limited. Get help, right, host? What? And then I read this bit that I missed or just skipped over. Remarks, you can do online, and then you hop to a web page with the full command with examples and everything. So it's very, very nice. So I've made notes for this now. What we were actually working on was getting permissions on the service. And we were trying to convert this SDDL string, but I was sucked into the vortex of knowledge here, finding lots of funny things. So the output here we get, let's just scroll up, that was get help. So get ACL here doesn't seem to have anything for getting actually information from services. But the suggested way in this learning room, which is Windows privilege escalation, is to use a downloaded command. Here they have downloaded for us sysinternals tool access check 64, and well, this looks nice, and we can see here that we have access that we shouldn't have, but can we do this by ourselves, So I found this command scsdshow and the service name, the same one, and we can see similarities here, like built-in users for built-in users, anti-authority service, anti-authority built-in administrator. This is interactive, and this is just the normal system. But we found that this is adding permissions. Well, but all these two-letter combinations mean a different permission. So these are the permissions that this built-in user has, and here it is written this way. So I was kind of googling if there is a tool online that can do this for us. We just send them this, and we get back this format instead of having to download something to the box, And I haven't found anything yet. I was about to put this on a list to do, like make a simple Python script that fixes this. But then I got sucked into this vortex of knowledge, and we found a great site for finding information.
Superimposer says,
While you do some awesome stuff, I go crazy with ERC and Twitch permission errors. D.
Oh! So what are you doing? I'm curious now. Anyway, we can delete these because we found, let's just check what the base page of this, because we're in the PowerShell section, so they might have interesting information on the base site. So, this was a bit of an annoying site, right? Bit of an annoying site. Well, let's close that. And I also checked that I found a list here, but it was for PowerShell 2. So I checked what the latest version is. It is 4.7.4. So we searched for that instead and found it. So we can go back here. Yeah, so next we were testing write object. But tell me about what you're doing. What are you working on? ResUpMe repos. ResUpMe repos.
I'm trying to avoid having two browsers open to watch Twitch, and I'm configuring ERC client, but it give me error. I don't know if it's because of the OAuth or some wrong configuration.
Okay. By the way, do you have the same voice that you have as at Theo's? Because it should be the same as the TTS is the same. Just making sure that it works. I'm mostly using Security Live's TTS. So, write host. So it should write to the screen what we send it, and an object I'm thinking might be a text file. So let's do it on our local machine, and let's just make a new text file that says hello. Well, I will blind you with bright light for a second here. Let's say hello, and let's save this as hi. Oh my, missing the keys here. So let's put this in C. There. No, I don't want to. I want to save it here. You should handle it, Windows. Contact the administrator to obtain permission. No, but it's not a new program.
Yes is the same. I didn't bother to change it. Only the name because I wrote it mirrored for make life painful for streamer to pronounce it. D.
Okay, yeah. Risop me Ripas. Is it hard to pronounce? Did I pronounce it wrong then? Then I guess I would just say like res or resop, because it's a long name, you know. Let's put it on the desktop then. We can do that, or like put it in the users. Sophia, it's there. So we know where it is. Now let's go to our test window here, and
everyone call me Reso now, but the real name is Superimposer.
Oh, Superimposer. Okay. Oh, so not Reso, not Risop. Because sop sounds like the end of the one of the bits. Re, sop, me, re, fuzz. Well, we'll see if I remember that. I was going for the right host. So let's do right host. Right host. And let's try to give it a file name, right? So see if this can work as cat or something.
Can I configure the TTS with you too?
Yeah. And there should be messages in chat, but you can do exclamation TTS to find the link if you want to change it. Yeah, right there you have the link to configure it. And this is for all the chats that use Security Live's TTS, so it's not specific to this one. I think you might be able to set separate. I don't know. C colon. Well, we don't have to do Sophia. And I'm not at all more on Linux. Someone said. Maybe I am. So hi.txt. And it's only sent exactly this. It sees it as a string and it returns it back to us. This tells us about what this command does. It just types text. It doesn't see this as an object. We could try object here. But I think it would be the same, and it was. So let's look at it here again. Yeah, so we can format the text, but it's a command for writing text. There. And this is the thing that I found. This is the site. The site. It's so cool. I'm like fainting here. We have Linux. Well, Mac OS parentheses there. We have CMD. We have all the commands with descriptions, you know. So it's like, oh my god, what was this in DOS again? I don't remember. Then you have a full list of the commands, and you can search for words in the explanation in this. Like I looked for display here. So, and I get reminded of things that I forgot many years ago. And let's click far here. We have information, lots of information about the command. So I'm like, this person who made this, thank you, it's great. I love this page. And there was even a password generator. There was there's a forum I haven't looked at. So there's ASCII table, convert. Oh, we have conversion of, I didn't click this yet. So bytes, and we have convert by number formats. Okay, and here this said that certutil could convert base64. Decode and encode. You can do that too. And now we're under NT. So if we go back to NT here, we go to CMD. Yeah, I thought so. So I learned another thing now about certutil. All the cool tools, all the cool help we can get here. And you can see we can click them. So let's say we want to know more about import user keys and certificate into database, server database for key archival. It has down flipping. So we want to know how to certutil works with decoding base64. And if we click on these, do we get anything else? No. Oh, mouse over. Force overwrite. Verbose. So the dotted lines means mouse over. Very nice. I'm in love with this page. And I haven't even zoomed it up. Let's make it bigger for you guys so you can see better.
Let me see if this is posh enough.
Well, what do you think? It's always fun when people play with the voices. And then you might end up as a GoPro that we can hardly hear what he's saying because it's what Brazilian woman he has, I think. And he's certainly not a Brazilian woman. Also, certutil, this is like, I could spend all day on the site, you know. So, how do we not drop this and lose this and not find all the fun things in this? First of all, I'm just going to put this actually as one of my main sites here. Definitely, this is the thing for commands in any.
The voice GoPro
shell.
choose is funny, but I generally hardly get what he is saying. I
Yeah,
have to read him.
it is annoying a bit, but it's funny too. So I prefer people having real voices. I can also choose in the TTS to force voices to English, so you don't have to, you know. If it's too annoying, you can just check that check mark, and you have only English voices. It will be converted. He would have English female voice then if it's using a Brazilian female. So let's see. Yeah, I was just going to edit it. I'm talking too much. So just delete this so we only have the icon. So big square is this one because it's so bright light there. This is SS64, and I should remember that this, if I ever need basic shell stuff on anything, Linux, CMD, PowerShell, or an ASCII table. Let's click the forum.
This
too,
TTS is awesome. Okay, I let you work without bothering you. Smile, smile.
You can bother me. It's no. That's what's fun, you know. That's what's fun. That's why I'm streaming. I could be not bothered by not streaming, you know. So we can, if we don't find the answer, we can ask a question here too. And let's check the dates of these. This one is January, May, so it's current, you know. It's not like, oh, it's from 1995. This is current. People are asking here. In total, there are 76 users online. 1 are registered, and the rest guests like me. Most users online was 1,324 in 2023. So, yeah. Password generator. So they're themed. So let's say we don't find the answer to our PowerShell question, and we can ask a question here. So I'm very happy about this, and it's got one of the spots here. Now I was thinking not to forget this one. I'm going to make links also in the different sections of my notes. Because, you know. So, general help for Linux. I don't have anything like this at all. I have it on Linux down here. Let's see, where is it? Here, Linux commands. I think it's worth more than this, though. I think it's wants a spot up here in the main notes, because it's not just one command, a tiny little note on that. It's Linux command. Let's do sh commands there. Well, let's call it bash then. And we don't have to do Linux because we're in Linux here, and bash is also specific, right? So if we ever need more than what we already have, I'm thinking I won't need that anymore. Let's say I want to know about sort in bash. I want to know something about sort. And let's click down here. So sort. And we have the help here. But not only the basic help, but examples, notes, history, how lines are compared. But we start with what we want first. It's not like man, where you might have to read lines of text between all of these, right? I'm not a fan of man. So, close this one, and let's make the same for CMD here. Let's call it CMD commands then, to be consistent, so that I will remember and use these. CMD commands. There. And let's do, we already had it, PS commands. So here let's add the site link. And I'm sorry if I'm like falling in love with the web page. It's just wonderful. So, remembering PowerShell and all of these commands, you know, you don't have all of these in your head. Even if they're made to be easy and logical. we don't remember them. And the aliases are here too. Yeah, and here they have the where and for each. So if we search for F here, we'll find all, of course, these. That was a bad search, but now I'm curious. So, so the amount of information, of course, varies here. But this is very, very nice syntax for an if, right? Very C-like, except for the EQ. So, what if we search for EQ? Or that kind of thing in here somehow. We have 4 hits, and that's just things in words, right? So that's the only thing so far that it lacks that I've been looking for. So, PSAD. People, do you understand how nice this is? Seriously, look. Here we have all the 80 related commands in PowerShell. So let's put it on the same spot here. I'm not going to like make a new file or whatever. I don't have like an AD note because it's too much things. So high level websites, additional commandlets, utilities, and books. So, PowerShell, right, so this is a forum. In case we ended up at the bottom here, they have a few more links to help us. At the end, it's the forum. This is logical. That's the last else. If none of the information helps, go to the forum. Loving it. So, now it's time to close the page down, because I'm done, right? This is actually what I was looking for, and I found what I was looking for, and I was amazed at that I found this, because I was looking, I was googling, I was looking at different pages. This could be useful too, of course, Microsoft's page. That's why it's still open. But I didn't find much, and now we have a simple list of all of the commands here. Though we still need to find a way to show more details. So, the command that we're looking into when I dug myself into this is this, show rights. So let's actually search for this. And it's not here on the page, so I'm going to look at this page. It's not on Microsoft's page either. Let's update this search to have show rights. Oh, did I type it? Did. So I think that finding this kind of page like this is when you search for enough details on something, you might find it, you know? There might be other great sites when you search this kind of thing. SE command, and now we're going to search show rights here. And this time we have show rights. Here, actually. And I forgot to add server to my... And they're all angle, or not angle, greater than, smaller than. There. So surname, yeah, it is in there. Right, so let's actually I should have decals in the format name stdl. Here is where I found this command when I was searching for the stdl format. In stdl format. Well, okay, let's capitalize. Is that what it wants? No, it doesn't know what the word is. So, whatever. This was not in here, but this is still the Microsoft page in this. So let's quickly go through it. Right, they had this both parentheses on these. I don't know why. Because they are required for some parts of the rest, maybe? These look grayed out. Type own share kernel files as rec interact type own share. So start boot system was not disabled. Error. Normal severe critical ignore. Bin path. Bin path name group. Tag. Depend. Obj. So. This is for create. Yeah, I was thinking this is not correct. But it was create only. Only for create. So let's close it down because it's not what we're looking for. So. This is very good information, and the site might not be up forever. On that, let's actually do one more thing. Let's see if it has like a repo we could sync or something. I was just going to duplicate it and go to the main page, and I think on the about here there was something here. Robocopy! Nostalgic. Yeah. Animation effects well. older commands that are no longer in any current OS. I'm curious how long this has been around. And I didn't know. Okay, over 20 years. That probably means it won't disappear tomorrow, right? Welcome to Linker if you want. Yeah. So this is a basic CSS HTML page, as it says. So would very easy just to download it. I used to have this good program that could just download the site like. I don't think I have that anymore, or that it stopped working. Might do this to this one just to make sure that you have it, you know. But it's still on the. It seems to be updated and everything. No, I think we can trust it. It will be online tomorrow too. It's been for over 20 years. It was like 23 years, right? It's kind of safe. I might even like mail him. His mail was there to say like, I love your page. This server syntax server command. Yeah, and this is good too. I don't think they have that in the basic Microsoft one. That you can have server too. Right. There. Oh. They have these for there. Also so service name, command service name, the key name of the service. This is often not always the same as a display name. In the control name services, sc get key name display name. Wonderful. Key name can be why do this? Find the key name. No service name. My God. Find the service name. Why doesn't it like the underscore service name? Well, I guess it should be one of these. There. Now let's do this one. C2. Commands. Actually, there. Oh my. Should I have pasted it in Notepad? Why didn't it work this time? I don't know. It's when it's double starred for some reason. Let's give the source here. It can be higher up. Because this is also a place to find more information. I don't like these though. And let's see what this is. Yeah. QRYOPT. So we have the link for this. Call it thingy instead, right? Let's do this one. So I'm not going to format all of these just because, you know, it's not worth the time. But now we have it's more easily accessible, and we can see here that SD show display the service security description in using SDDL. I still don't have a good way to see SDDL or convert SDDL, but I have a good list of what this SDDL means. Examples. Let's copy the examples too. Disable Windows Update. I actually made my own thingy there. Not disabling it fully, but just making so it doesn't restart my machine. Enable remote registry access. So I do restart my machine sometimes, and then it can do it. So, OS room at the top. Related commands. Net, PS service. Yeah, so let's look at PS service. It's also used to view and control services. Monitor services and raise alert. This is the one it's rescue. We don't assume we have that. Set service permissions. Sub in ACL. BMI. Access to services. So there are on all these things pages at this site. So I am just, yeah, this page, you know. Create a Windows service. So they have even links to Windows. So much knowledge, and it's right there to just grab. I think it smells strawberries. I have strawberries and ice cream. Maybe it's time for a break, because you know, I'm going to make more notes. Such a nice site. Let's see, I have to send this link. No, it's not up here. I can do it later. I don't have Discord up because it crashes my computer regularly if I have it up. It crashes with OBS, which is not a good thing when you're streaming. It crashes also Twitch streams that I watch, so it's something with all of that. The networking or something. Streaming, possibly. PowerShell get service, list all the service, invoke sim method, start and stop services via sim, equivalent, change job scheduling priority, nice. Command, nice. I haven't heard of it. But Windows is a messed up system. Should you say that? Oh right, so this is a sysinternals command. So I'm skipping that, but it's nice to know that they have sysinternals commands in here too. And this is from Windows 2002 Resource Kit. Right. So we can it has a download link. Oh, this is what makes this site so good. You know, it's not like it existed back in 2004, a program that could do this. See if you can find it on the web. It gives us a link. And it was straight to the file. I didn't expect it to be that. Well, it's just thought through and, you know, confirmation there, download confirmation, everything thought of. So, amazing. Amazing. So let's just quickly look at this person here. So Simon Shepherd in England, thank you for this wonderful site. It is not just left there after adding a few things. It's worked through, links are updated. You must spend a lot of time on this. Nice. JavaScript required. That's cute. I'm actually typing thank you here. I could type on stream. It's not secret. Thank you. Thank you. There. There. Well. And let's also change the from to my newest one there. Right.
VR Mechatronics says, hello.
Hi VR, welcome back. So I found this great site, so I actually sent a thank you mail. I'm about to this person. Look, we have Linux commands. We have CMD commands called NT up here. And descriptions, information, everything PowerShell with aliases. It's so great. So I was just Googling something and I found this. So I'm just about to send here a message with a thank you note. Well, let's actually do this too.
I use Copilot.
Okay. This is more like a full list where you can look through and see that you can find things. Google can sometimes be, and I don't trust AI to be right. They have suggestions and you check them up. I trust this source, you know? It seems to be a very good one. Yeah, let's just click what I was going to click here. Channel. There. So just sending a thank you to him, because I realized there must be a lot of job work, you know, put into this. It just didn't just appear and happen by itself. He's updating it, and it's, you know.
My friend didn't speak English for 11 years, and Copilot taught him how to write in English in 3 months.
Nice. I haven't really used Copilot, so I don't know anything
Fixerbot
about it.
says,
Time to move it, move it. 5
I
high
got
jumps
good.
redeemed.
I can trust you, making sure that I move a bit. That's great.
Time to move it, move it.
So, high
5
jumps.
table push-ups redeemed.
Let's go for it then, okay? I'll just... I think I'll quickly check this first. So I have a bit more space now, because I've changed things around.
Goaku says,
Let's go, you can do it.
So I have training eggs from yesterday, but not the really bad one or anything. So this is not really. I should have been running faster. I can feel these too. Do them a bit quickly and doubled both there. So do I have the other ones on, or are there only 2 redeems? So let's see. Let's see here. Yeah, platform, channel points. So yeah, I have the squats, share sit-ups, high jumps, and table push-ups, right? Good.
VR
What happened to my
Mechatronics
streamer
says,
bot?
when will this
Actions is over
SS64 page
here.
be needed? What is its use?
Yeah, so this page, let's say like now, that I am looking for details on the SC command. And I had no way to find this list of commands here. And I randomly found, let's see, this one when I googled that you can do SD show service name. As I was using the SD show, we're googling SD show here to get some more information. And then I found that we can do. No, this is not where I found it. I found it somewhere. Anyway, we can close these now. So I was looking, I think I googled as to show to find what other things we could use, you know? And I found this one there. I'm just going through this, see if I can remove some pages, because quite a lot of pages up now. Oh, this is so zoomed. Let's go back, far back. We have so many tabs open, as you can see. I searched for this after finding this one. I wanted the standard rights too, and I found it from here. So we can delete that. So we have the basic. This is how the permissions in Windows are built. It's 32 bits here, and object specific ones are like these are for services, these are for files, these are for whatever it is, and these standard access rights are like common for everything. Then there are these, I guess they're common too: generic read, write, execute, all, and right to access the permissions. And the service specific ones, the ones we're interested in here, because we're looking at starting services and using them to get higher permissions. And we can also add an hour here, because I've spent more than an hour on Googling now. I'll just quickly look for whatever I can. Yeah, yes, this is a command that we were using, right? From sysinternals. The thing is that we need to download it, the tool. So I was trying to see if there's a way to do this that is not downloading a file. And I got some suggestions from ChatGPT, and it was kind of like not knowing what it was talking about. So we can close that one. These I need to save. Now let's put them in the notes. I know that some people might think it's boring to put things in notes, but that's how I learn. And that's how I make sure that I don't forget what I learned, you know? So, permissions. ACL. DACL. So, first we have this. And let's copy the image. So this is Microsoft's information. I want to make sure that the link is there. So if we copy this, we get most of the other links in there. These will have links. So then we can close this one. The service one, the standard one, I do remember strawberries and ice cream. I'll take that break. But there, I got a move it break instead now. Each type of secureable object has a set access right that corresponds to the operation specific to that type of object. In addition to these object-specific access rights, there is a set of standard access rights that correspond to the operation of most types. Access mask format. This is where we found this access mark format. Yeah, so this is also Microsoft text. And I have the link above there, which links to this. The following windows, constants. So expand table. Oh, okay. Right, I got it now. When nt.h also define the following combination of standard rights. So nice. So we can just paste the table here too. I'm going to type more here. Wrong key. Yeah, I have a solution. It needs an empty line there. That's annoying, but it's a syntax, I guess. I can't find any way to delete it. I've tried before. So there. So here we have the standard. Let's maybe make it like this. Standard constants, right? So we have all of this information. Standard access rights, yeah. Let's actually call it that. That's nice. The generic should probably be first, since they're first in the, well, they're last if you count from 0, but I think it's better to start at the biggest and then go to smaller things, like the things that encompass more things, and the specifics are the first bit. Standard access rights constant. Standard access. Combination of windows. So these are the actual 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's only 5. Oh, sorry, I just meant to scroll up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's probably like ones not used, but they don't print it out, like these are reserved. Then before this, so what happened now? There's a space in there. Let's do 3 now, because we have it at another level. I'm going to copy these, and this will be generic. Yeah, access rights constants. Now, secureable objects use an access mask format, and that's the same link again. That's where it starts, in which 4 high order bits specify security object use an access mask format in which the 4 high order bits specify generic access rights. Each type of secureable object maps these bits to a set of its standard and object-specific access rights. And I don't want examples here, we just do bits of the text. And I think I want this link removed because it's not needed. I already have the link right above there. It's the main of the page. Thank you for
Fixerbot says.
New follower Ulverania. Less than 3.
For example, a Windows file object maps the generic read to read controls and synchronize standard access right and to the file read data, file read EA, and file read attributes of a specific access right. Other types of object map generic read a bit to whatever set. Well, we get the general bit from here, and we have links to this, so we can look at more things. You can use generic access right to specify the type of access you need when you're opening a handle to an object. This is typically simpler than specifying all the corresponding standard and specific rights. The following table shows the constants defined for generic access rights. And for this one actually has numbers. I complained before that this doesn't have the numbers. Well, this one has. No numbers here, but this one has it. So, right, the problem here is we don't have a new line. There. So now you can see it. And that's why we can't delete this line. Because if it's not there, it's just... yeah, we should probably be able to do edit. Go to actual source mode, and then we can edit it. Then we could delete this one if we wanted to, and we could go back to line preview, and then it will look off again until we add the line there. So we can edit it, but in this view we can just add a column, and that would be hell if we were in the other mode. So we would have to type a lot of characters, right? So when I found this in Obsidian, I'm even more pleased with it, because there were things I couldn't
says,
edit.
Sudo dd if equals slash dev slash enough of equals slash dev slash my brain. For today I give up.
If dev enough of... is it too much? Should we switch area? I'm just making these notes, then we'll continue. The plan for today is that we are supposed to finish this TryHackMe learning room here. But if people want to, we can continue with this box instead. I think this is a real easy one. And then the plan is to do this one that I start.
I give up the ERC chat and come here to watch you struggle instead of die on myself. :D.
You see me struggle on these later too. But this is just a learning room, and I'm not struggling. I'm loving this. I'm having so fun. So much fun. This is fun. Very fun. I know I'm crazy. Debugging a Windows NT service. So, what tab was I actually at? Right, I found that one too. So many things. We were going through these. So make sure we have the notes. So we're done with generic and standard. Now I'm just going to paste the specific ones for security, service security and access. And these are a bit specific for this bit.
You are crazy watching you from someone else's eyes, but for you and for me you are more than fine.
Thank you. We're as crazy, that's what you're saying. You're as crazy as me. So, service security, access right to constants, and they're here. Object specific. It's just the object specific ones for
And I'm
services.
telling you this eating chips and laughing, just for the record.
That's the right way to do it. That's the right way to study. I hope you're learning something with me here, that you're not just laughing at me having fun or something. I don't know what.
True, D.
Someone was complaining that you'll never learn anything if you dig too deep into things, but I'm like, what? That's how I learn things, you know? If you just up there on the surface, you won't really learn anything, and the tiny bit you know, it will just be gone from your brain too. If you dig a bit further in, then you'll remember a much deeper level than if you go on the surface. And we will understand how things connect together, not just like there are permissions on files. Yes, the services, they also have permissions. So now we will definitely remember that there's differences in the different types of access rights here. So the Windows Security Model enables you to control access to the Service Control Manager, CM, and service objects. And there are more information here, but these are links in here. Yeah, so look, this is a Microsoft-y, right? In this article, you have this. On this object, you have this. It's the exact same, but we like having lots of text or something. I like this. These were actually good ones. I shouldn't complain. I was expecting links to other pages there, not to the same one. This is like obvious, but I'm still hiding it there. Also, maybe I should. It's just my head on there. We could zoom out a bit. When we have a real camera, it's just zoom in a bit. Access control, access right for the Service Control Manager. Access right for a service. So we have two different sections here. Let's make sure that we understand the difference. These are things like delete, read control, write owner,
Exactly.
start,
Talking from my
stop.
old age ADHD, I've learned with time that if I hyper-focus on something and find myself deep, where not even the who wrote the manual though to go, I'm learning something. If I keep on the surface of stuff, I get nothing at all.
Yeah, I think it's kind of that way for everybody. That if you mean you won't remember all the details. Well, if you're not like odd, no one remembers all the details. Almost. I mean, some people remember everything, but that's not very common. Most people just
Details?
Yeah.
What are those things?
Yeah. So it's not to remember the exact names of these, it's to know how this works. So we understand it. The thing is, if you understand it, you will remember it, because it's not memorization, it's knowledge. You're learning how it works, you know? It's not memorization, that's the whole point of it, it's learning. So you could memorize these names, it wouldn't give anyone anything, really, right? We have it in the notes, that's good. So to see the difference between these two areas here, this one is So I'm actually going to duplicate this one and put it on my other screen, or we could put it like in another. Let's do this. See, will it like shrink too much? So.
And knowledge is way different than memorizing, different enough to be on the opposite side of learning.
Yeah, it's really not learning, right? Yes, love. My kiddo just woke up, one of them, so I'm checking in on him. I'll be back. Yes.
Hi, kiddo.
Yes, jag fixar det, gubben. I'll just microwave some food for him and I'll be right back. So let me put on one of the food ones. Is it dinner now or lunch? Let's put the lunch on.
I'm Italian, make him food. Food is good, food is everything.
to do that. There. He's always, he always has some kind of word joke or something. Oh right. I forgot one thing. So there. I need to hear too. So right, we were just about to compare, not the same things, but the other thing. So access right for the service and access right for the service control manager. See what's the actual differences. Oh my. So I wanted to scroll in this one, not in that one. So the following are the specific access rights for the SCM, Service Control Manager. The following are the specific rights for the service. And let's click this one so we can see. I was almost doing this a bit. Right, and this one we could actually pull it out to the other. There's another screen there, so it's allowing me. So we can make these a bit easier to read. There. So about the same height here. So I'm just checking how many words. Because they are not the same, but the first text here is the same, right? Yeah. Except for this is SC manager, so it's service control manager specific constant here. Yeah, and here we have the values too. So is it just the basic ones? These don't have values, right? These have values. Let's actually add a column here. So where on earth did I click? There, right? So I'm actually adding value here. And let's cut, paste, cut, paste, just because. This is a tiny bit of information. It's better if it's visible that it's a tiny bit of information, right? So now we can see them also on top of each other easier, and we can see that it's 1, 2, 4, and 8. And that tells us more information. If we add execute, write, and read together, will they become all possible access rights? These don't have numbers, these don't have constants, these are combinations of these, so these should not have a separate value really, or just plus these together, I guess, right? And then we have the next one, which I was like, I thought first it was 1. Enables you to control access to the service control manager and service objects. And now we're going to learn what the difference is. There. So includes all access. All access. They include the standard rights required. Standard rights required. Combines delete, read control, write, DAC, and write owner access. They're combined into this one. So read. Let's look up here. Read control. Delete, read control, write DAC, and write owner access. So the only one it doesn't have is a synchronize one. The right to use the object for synchronization. This enables a thread to wait until the object is in a signaled state. Some object types do not support this access right. So the only thing we don't have is the synchronize. We have delete, read, write DAC, and write owner. So we can change all the permissions, including the owner. So we can make ourselves have everything, really. How does the owner not have this? So that explains why this, what's the difference between this one and this one? It is also the synchronize access here. Nice. So I think I understand this. This is what we have in these. So let's open both again. Oh my god, my nose itches. So in addition to all access right in this table, and the same here in this table. So there are different tables. So if we scroll down so we can read all of the table here. This table is longer as it is service start and stop. So this is the actual one we need, I'm assuming, but I still don't really know what this is before I read it. I need to read this here because I don't feel really comfortable with the difference yet. So we could Google, but I have only these two windows and I don't want to mess about with them now, so don't. In this SC Manager All Access, we include SC Manager Create Service, required to call the Create Service function to create a service object and add it to the database. I'm looking for a similar one here. Change config we have enumerate dependence, interrogate, pause, query, start stuff. So this is not creating. It's not managing them in that level. This is required to connect to the service control manager. So I guess we need that for anything then. To call create service function to create the service object and add it to the database. Can we, with only these permissions, add a service? That's my question now. SC Manager, enumerate service. Required to call the enum service status or enum service status exe function function to list the services that are in the database. Required to call the notify service status change. So to get information, this is getting information, read, right? SC Manager lock, required to lock service database. To acquire lock, and I'm assuming this is to have exclusive access to it, or at least read, right? SC Manager modify boot config, required to call the notify boot config. Well, these are kind of not saying a lot here, more than the names themselves do. Query lock status. We can get status on the lock state of the database. Yeah. So generic read is a bunch of permissions. That is standard rights read, standard rights read. So let's hop back to this one. Standard rights read. This is included in this, and I'm going to minimize this so I don't have to open both these. And then we have two of the ones above here. Enumerate service. Here, enumerate service, and query lock status. This is read. So normal read, and we can get lock status and enumerate service here. The read stuff. Not surprising with generic read. Now I understand what this is. This is an explanation for what the generic values does for this kind of item. For this kind of object, I guess I should say, right? Because the standard ones, or the generic ones, are these. Right? The top ones that we have over here. There. So this is just an explanation of what they are in this context. So that's nice. So, a process with the correct access rights can open a handle to the SCM that can be used in the open service and num service status EX and query service lock status functions. Only processes with administrator privileges are able to open handles to the SCM that can be used by the create service and locks. Okay. I kind of promised not to read it all. Now I'm doing it anyway. Sorry. The system creates a security descriptor for the SCM to get or set the security descriptor for the SCM. Use query service object security and set service object security. And these are not mentioned here, right? The system creates a security descriptor for the SCM. To get or set the security descriptor for the SCM, use the query service object security. Okay. Windows Server 2003 and XP. Unlike most other secureable objects, the security descriptor for the SCM cannot be modified. This behavior has changed as of Windows Server 2003. So, need to switch ears. It died. The warning must have been when I wasn't listening. Right, so I'm thirsty. All right. So this was very, very helpful for me to understand this, but I'm starting to think I know the difference now too. This I understand. Let's see what the other bit here is. Remote authenticated users. The SC Manager Connect. SC Manager Connect. Required to connect to the Service Control Manager. So it all comes together here. Local authenticated users include a local service and network service. has connect, enumerate, query log status, and write read. This is these three are what they call read, generic read too, right? So they have a read, they connect, because otherwise you can't even do anything. And then local system has the same as here, up here, but also has standard writes read. And this does not have nothing to do with the service manager. Service control manager. And administrators have the SC manager all access. The top one here. And that includes standard rights required. And standard rights required, and then we go back to our Obsidian. Sorry, scrolling too much. Standard rights requires are all of the permissions here, except for synchronize. And synchronize has to do with thread states and stuff here. Object synchronization enables a thread to wait until the object. So sorry for reading the same again, though I said I wouldn't read this, and then I'm doing it. Enough apologizing. So notice that remote users authenticated over the network, but not interactively logged on, can connect to the SEM, but not perform operations that require access rights. To perform these operations, the user must be logged on interactively, or the service must use one of the service accounts. My god. It clicks. Some days it does, some others it doesn't. Windows Server 2003 and Windows XP remote authenticated users are granted the restricted. So old stuff. So my mom got worried about, you're supposed to, after switching tires, you're supposed to tighten them. And she realized she's driving to, look, she's buying a dog, a baby
Ivan says.
dog. So
I fix it.
she's driving Saturday. So she got a bit worried about tightening the tires after switching. The you know, the, what do you call them? Oh, well, you know, you tighten them at least. So, so where do I have? Hi, Ivan. Welcome back. So we're digging into service permissions here. Too deep, maybe for some people. We'll see. I want to understand the things, you know, and then you have to know how it kind of works at some kind of level, at least. So it feels like something is. Do I have hair in the air? Maybe that might be it. So we'll see. Right. So Windows 2003 and XP have other permissions. So we don't have to look at that very much now. When a process uses the OpenSC Manager function to open a handle to the database of installed services, it can request access rights. The system performs a security check against the security descriptor of the SCM before granting the required access rights. So this is not really what we're looking for, you know? That's what I'm thinking. This is... Might be. So we're not, right now we're just stopping and starting the services, right? We're stopping and starting them. We might be querying the status of them. But we're not creating new services here. So, but it's a bit intricate to have 2 bits here. So let's continue reading, and I don't think I needed really, I just wanted to see they are not the same, and they are most definitely not the same. Let's structurally, we do have the generic bits, they have totally different meanings, of course. That's the whole point of the generic bits. So here we have what they are mapped to, the different permissions, and it's all specific to these. So in our notes we might just skip this bit because that's not what we're after now. We're after this bit, so I will ignore this, as this is not as interesting for what we're doing. So I'm actually closing this window, and let's just move this back and pop it up again. And we will read this bit and add what we need to the notes. And now we can easily switch here again. And we need to have 3 windows to hop around. So also this box will have closed now, right? No, it's still... Why do I keep having 30 minutes left every time I look? It's like I have a one hour timer going off. Without me thinking about it at all. Oh, funny. I don't remember exactly last time, but the one before that was 27 minutes too, I think. Well. It doesn't matter really if it expires, but... So, now we have what we actually want, and let's make sure that our title of this bit, Service Security and Access Right. So let's actually call it Access Right for a service, right? Service access right is constants. Standard access rights constants. Well, that sounds good, right? Windows security enables you to control, access SCM and service objects. Here we only list the service object once, and then I will make a link for this one bit. Let's make this a link and send it to this page here. It's the same page as the other one, and see if this link works. It does. I wasn't sure about the syntax here. So we can get the rest of the information if we want it. Then let's read the text here too. So service all access includes standard right required. Yeah. Change config. We don't have to read that all. Enumerate dependents. Interrogate. Pause. I've already read these. Kind of stuff that we need to do here. This is the permissions we need. The following are the standard access rights for a service. Standard access rights. Yeah. And they also have this space. This text actually is connected to the one below, but since they have the expand table button, it's too far. The same problem that we have in Obsidian. And it's also, I guess, markdown, that's right, because if we copy it, we get the markdown. Or if it's Obsidian that converts it. So if I were to copy this here, we just get this, and we make another new line here that we can't delete, can't type here either. It makes a new line then. There. So this is the list that we want here. This one too. We can just copy it all. Standard exit rights. So, right. Yeah, so it explains what these means for a service. Access system security. Delete control back. Right. So this one doesn't have a value. One, 2, 4, 8. Oh gosh, I can't keep holding this button. I'm not sure I want all of this in here. Whatever. So, this is that one. Access rights, and then we have generic access rights. Explanation what they mean, and we've gone through these. If someone is saying what, we need a space here because this text is connected to the one below. So why so tiny? Because it doesn't need more space. It just looks a bit squashed. The SCM creates a service object security descriptor when the service is installed by the create service function. And now we understand this because we read about the SCM permissions, right? The default security descriptor of a service object grants the following access. So, for remote authenticated users, not interactive as they called it before, nothing. But the old ones has stuff. User-defined control. And no, that's for the new ones. The old one has same as for local. So it used to be no difference between remote and local on older systems. Older meaning before 2003. No, this is 2003 with SP1. And 2003 XP. And now there are nothing. Okay, so we have two older versions there. They should decide on something and not have lots of different ways to do it. Local authenticated users, including local service and network service. Enumerate, interrogate, query, user-defined control. So let's look up this user-defined control because I'm curious what it is. Requires to call control service function to specify user-defined control code. Okay, so it's some special code. And then we have local system. Can also start and stop, except for these. That seems to be the difference, right? Continue, pause, continue. So start, stop, pause. It's what I did. And administrators, of course, can do so much more. They can also write the owner. The DAC, they can delete it. Service access all, which is all of the rest of them things. Service access all includes standard rights and all of the other ones here. Standard right acquired, which words like read, I think. Let's check in our notes what standard right required is. Right, it was the one that has all the permissions except for synchronize. And synchronize is thread to wait and stuff, so it's kinda everything, including the right owner. So I'm feeling kind of done with this now. We just have the list bit and make sure that everything is copied too, of course. But I'm reading it first. So this one is what's got so short. Yeah, to perform any operations, the user must be logged on interactively, or the service must use one of the service accounts. And for now, remote authenticated user has not granted by default any access rights. Oh, there's wind through the window. It's 24.5 outside now, and 29.2 inside. It's getting a bit colder in here. So I'm not editing this text right now. I might later, but I have this URL first up here. So let's add a from to make it more obvious that this is Microsoft stuff. There's nothing I wrote, most of it. So far. I might make this easier to read. To get or set the security descriptor for a server object, use the query service object security and functions. Yeah, you don't want to know that, right? When the process uses the open service function, the system checks the requested access rights against the security descriptor for the service object. Okay, so the service object's security descriptor. And this is this. So granting certain access rights to untrusted users, such as service change config or service stop, can allow them to interfere with the execution of your service and possibly allow them to run application under the local system account. When a NAM services status EX function is called, the caller does not have the service query status access right to the service. The service is silently omitted from the list of services returned to the client. Okay. So you only see the services you have accessed to see the status of. I don't think we need to add any of this. It's just like a bit more of the same, right? The names are good. We don't need to. This is already added. This is more general. Well, not really. This is the service bit is more specific, but this is standard access right, and generic is for, well, even more. The generic bit, the standard bit, and the object specific, like the service. And cycle access rights. The access system security access right controls the ability to get or set the cycle in an object's security descriptor. Now, the system grants the access right only if the SA security name privilege is enabled on the access token. So here we have something new. Okay, we only got here. And we've been here already, so why was it? We were here after we opened that page, probably. An access token contains the security information for a login session. The system creates an access token when the user logs on, and every process executed on behalf of the user has a copy of the token. The token identifies the user's group, and the user's privileges. The system uses the token to control access to secureable objects and to control the ability of the user to perform various system-related operations on the local computer. There are two kinds of access token: primary and impersonation. So then I want to look at impersonation token here too. An access token that has been created to capture the security information of a client process, allowing the server to impersonate the client process for insecurity operations. Okay, so let's close that one and go back here. Let's say that we're done, right? No, we were not done. To access an object's cycle, call the adjust token privilege function. No, I think this is too far off what we were doing, right? And I added this to my notes already. This didn't lead much. This was not correct, right? Or maybe it is. Let's see. Translated permissions. Right, let's open the last one of the Microsoft ones, and let's search for, let's see here, SDDL. That was the main thing. Right, it forgot something, I told it. SDDL. So if we search, well, not here, but maybe here. Desktop. Okay, I have to click. Yeah. Those, there were nothing. Let's click one more. So, didn't give us much. We have other stuff now. So I sent it our output from this box. And we learned that we had configured out these. We learned that the A means here. A indicates allow. And it missed things. Right. I asked it to translate to humanese. Local system is oh, so it actually did the thing. I wasn't asking for that, but sure. Yeah, well, I guess I was asking for that. It just was, I was thinking this is better. So we need a note on SDDL. Permissions SDDL, because otherwise I will not find it, I think. So my god, I can't spell today. Going back to the actual box now, or learning room. So access, this is sysinternals tool. Using sysinternals tool to get human readable output. Needs to be dealt. And then we have the one we found now by searching. SC. So let's give it an example output here. I'm going to remove most of this. So and then we'll show it how this looks like, which is not very readable for a human. To understand the output of
Superimposer says,
SE.
Okay love, I call the day. I'm glad I've met you. I leave you to the note taking and I'll see you the next time. Take care and
So,
remember,
I'm just
feed
about
the
to
kiddo,
continue
because
otherwise.
food is good. Food is awesome.
Yeah, food is great. Yeah, he got some spaghetti and meat sauce, so he's eating now. thanks very much for being here, and you're very welcome back. And I usually don't dig this deep, so it might be boring for some people. So we're actually going to continue now on the room here. So just about as soon as we have got the last bit of information into the notes. So have a great day, and yeah.
See ya next time, and thanks for the company. Dig deeper, I don't mind. Smile, smile.
Okay, great, thanks. I'm trying to have a balance. We can list the right. So my god, I can't remember to just right click. I keep trying Shift Control C. So this output will be the interesting bit of this. Because it explains it all. What I'm missing here is a full explanation of these. So that's why we're Googling for show rights to find other similar details for ST show. And we'll be going back to looking at Google now. Let's sh this one so we get a few more colors in there. We can sh the other ones too. It's just tell us this is shell output. I don't think it gave any coloring there. I want colors. I want colors. So after doing that, I didn't really get anything. Ooh, nah, it wasn't giving me anything. I was just like, what? So let's go back to this quickly and start at the back. This is just links from the site that I fell in love with there. Using SC and Net SVC to control services remotely. Kinda short. Windows 10 services. So it's a list of services. Cool. Let's add this one. Do we have anything called services? Service control and permissions. If I put it in here, I won't find it. So I'm thinking we might make a services folder here. And it's Windows, obviously, because that's what we're doing. And this is syntax services even. Then we have SC create. And I'm kinda sure we searched for yeah, so one of my commands here, ST show. I tested this just by testing desperately things, but this is actually here as a possible one to no alternatives, nothing else, which makes me think that it might be all alone there. We might not get any more explanations, but we might. We're not giving up right now, we're waiting a bit more. So I'm just quickly scanning this here. So this is a simple Google. We can Google again. We don't want this now. We don't have to do this now. This is all of the listing for PowerShell. So this was a sysinternals command. Now here is the one that I found that I liked, but it does not mention the show rights here, which is what I was looking for right now. That's what I'm looking for right now. So if we search for it here, we find it. And it's under SD show, and it shows exactly this that we had now on screen here. It's exactly this, right? Meaning this is just a default output for this command if we don't have any options. Has he misspelled it? I almost had to do this command. Can't not do this now. SD set. No, it's spelled correctly, it's just a web page. It's spelled usage without an A. Meaning we can also use SC to set it. So we kind of confirmed this is the only way. This is community. How to set a Windows service permission using service control and SDDL. Scenario. And the next string represents assignable permissions on a specific service. Yes, here's the list. It's the list. That's what I was looking for. Can I trust this source? It's 2021, it's not 20 years old. Another call. Oh, this is annoying. There, so it was my hubby calling too. Actually, my throat is starting to get a bit sore. I think it's because of the allergies, really. So... take the opportunity to clean out a few apps running on my phone. Because I noticed I had some messages there. So let's just double check. Okay, so yeah, there. So all the things checked, I think. Oh. Oh, right. So I'll have to check my mail later. Nothing that I need to do now. There. While I was still pausing, maybe I should also get some strawberries. I was thinking about that. And that would give me a break in constantly talking. And I realized though, today I've been coughing because of allergies and asthma, but and I think it's kind of torn my throat a bit. But I realized I haven't been really like had a cold, or things like that when I've been streaming. So it's like me talking a lot is good for health. Kind of odd, right? You should almost expect that your throat will get more sore from talking all day, or lots of every day anyway, hours every day. Recently, one of our users asked how to provide permissions for a specific user account. In our case, network service account, to a service installed by the setup. I found this to be an interesting scenario, and therefore I started investigating further. Unfortunately, Advanced Installer does not offer predefined support for this task. However, that does not mean it's impossible to achieve it. So this is a forum for something called Advanced Installer, and the post is from someone who is who? I don't get to know that, but we can click this and find what it is. So it can make MSIs, packaging tool for developer, ISVs and enterprises, and we can download it, a trial, and I can't see the text, 30-day trial. Okay. So if this cannot be achieved through our predefined support, it means you can do a custom action. Okay, so this is specific to their app or program. There are multiple ways of setting permissions for a service, but unfortunately, almost all of them require a third-party tool or third-party modules for PowerShell. Yeah, and that's why we're researching this, because we want to try and do it without third-party stuff. The only way to achieve this through a built-in tool is with the help of the EXE tool. So they have reached the same conclusion. which means it's kind of confirmed, right? At least 2021. This is what they think too. This tool comes by default with the Windows OS, and you can find it in either okay, this is on 32. So now I had to look on this. SC stands for Service Control. Let's actually add Service Control for this to our SC1 notes that we made here. And let's also add this article's URL, but we don't trust that this will stay up. We trust this one more, because this is some tools random questions, right? And with the help of this tool, you can perform a lot of operation to a service, such as create, delete. As exe has the following two commands, which we will be using today: sd show, display service using stdl. Okay. Do they have a good link? No. It didn't. We've already been there, right? So stdl stands for Security Descriptor Definition Language. This defines a string format that is used to describe a security descriptor as a text string. Yes, we know. Let's work with an example so we can better understand this. Let's consider we have the following service installed on our machine: WinService sample.exe. Why the tiny examples? By the way, maybe I should make it a bit bigger, right? Also, control down scroll opens the Yes, gubben. Jag kommer. Kid calling. I'll be right back. So I'm going to go fix him some dinner. Let's see. He has to decide what he wants to do first, and that can take some time. I think you can see how sweaty I am. Well, I'll be right back. So let's see. Let's see how much did the camera actually like move a bit there? I think so. It kind of moved a bit, and this kind of moved a bit too. This is usually further out there. So. Oh, and there's white in here too. Let's make it purple. We want purple. Or I just there. I'll be right back. Let's see if he thought of what he wants. I suggest that. So, dinner for him, strawberries for me. I already ate something. Oh, we have a square camera. Did I click that by mistake? Oh, let's see. Well, this is the round square toggle there. Oh, whatever. Whatever. So I had planned to do some other things. Maybe at this time. It's almost 19. Right, was Sammy open? I don't think so. Yeah. So this page, I put the link in the notes here, but try to decrypt it. Well, so this is good. The SND then if we go back, service permissions, services. Didn't I make something? Yeah. Permissions. Well, this is it. This is where I'm adding the notes. And this is where I was adding these. So, these are examples, so that I should find them. And then we have the format. Let's make this a header. They are all called STDLs, right? The STDL format. Well, I guess in a header I would do that capital. Example. We need an example there. We can just I guess we will need one of these. So we can see here the D colon, and then we have access control list article. So an access control list, ACL, is a list of access control entries, ACE. Each ACE in an ACL identifies a trustee and specifies the access rights allowed, denied, or audited. for a trustee. The security descriptor for a secureable object can contain two types of ACLs, decal and cycle. A discretionary access control list, decal, identifies. Well, this is a good link. I don't have to read all of it for you, right? If you want me to, tell me to. So, let's actually link this. Just as they did. It's a good link. Then it might disappear. Maybe I should add. I'm not sure if this is also the cycles. Well, discretionary and system is the difference. No. Notice in the parentheses we can see three strings separated by the semicolon character. The first letter we have one of two possible, lower than I. The next string represents a single permission on the specific device. The last two character represents the object, user group, or SID. What is granted the permission. In the above list of predefined group, I have highlighted the one we need for today's request, a network service account. By default, a service installed by your setup on the local system account will have the following permission. Okay. What year? 2021. Probably the same now, right? You can see we have added full permissions for a network service account. Network service account. Yeah, and then the rest is on their program. With SD set here. They just put the string in there. On the exe. To select the service. Yeah, so wasn't as much as I thought here. This is what I didn't have, this list. I didn't have the full list. I think I had this list. So and let's just, oh, wrong one. Let's also compare these to the other list we already have. So why all the space? And I didn't notice this one is different. Yeah, there it is. So we don't want that one special. So this is all the things we need to understand these. So there are also a few extra semicolons, and I think that in one of the explanations I read it said something about those, but I don't remember. It's late, I'm lowering the desk so I can lean back here. Right, so the only thing that they really wanted us to see in the actual room here was just this. And we saw that before looking at any of this, so this is just to understand what's behind. Oh, I'm sorry. Forgot the dinner sign up. Yeah, you can tell me if you want to. So, let's close that. Let's clean up a bit here. Yeah, so maybe this article is about a year old. It's good to read, so I will put this on my read list. Let's actually make a read list here too. No, let's just drag it to 3. That's where I have stuff now that I'm going to look at again. So this is again all of the things. Let's save that one too. Lots of links. Yeah, this one was mostly code, so. Yeah. So here's probably where I got the details about it. So just closing a bit of just a few tabs. Right, and I asked ChatGPT, and of course it was not perfect as usual, you know. Let's get rid of that one too. Though I think I know what all of it. Hearing it explained by someone in a not Microsoft documentation way might be nice. Alright, this is the box that I'm going to start. Now, I guess. I am a bit tired though, so let's first add an hour here. You might still have a slight chance. Right, so now we're at the actual room again. And they suggested this way to find this out, and I didn't want to be dependent upon downloading an external program. That's why I did that research for hours. For 5 hours. 4 hours. I spent 4 hours doing that. Well, I think it was worth it. It was very fun. I found a great website for commands that I put here in my liked links, or common used. So we have lots of things here that are useful things, like PowerShell commands with alias and detailed explanations. Let's see what's set content. Kind of a lot of stuff here. I think most of the things, syntax of commands, those kind of things, it's all in the same place there. So the ice cream is melting. Yeah, so now, I never seen this. Now there, I know them. I understand this now. Here we can see the built-in users group. Yeah, we saw that. And then we check this. Before changing the service, let's build another exe service reverse shell and start a listener for it on the attacker's machine. And if we again use shell reverse TCP and exe and use another name, I'm assuming they think we have a new IP to us. That's why they do this. I don't see why we would like to do it again, otherwise there's no reason. I think it's just a security feature for them to not have people complaining that it doesn't work, So why was I tabbing now? I wanted to go to the notes. And I'm going to service control now to the actual thingy-ma-doo. Yeah, it is this one. I thought, where did I put it? But it's here for now. I think this is too long to have in my main start here. These are specific exploits for specific things. So I think I might add these to a separate file. Like service exploits. Like we have services here, we have services exploits too. Yeah, might probably do that. It's a helicopter, if you can hear it. Strawberries. This is like the second time I bought strawberries this year, so they're still new. I bought them for my birthday too. So, let's just copy this line. No, this line. There. Service permissions. I try to copy with Control C. Let's see here. Check service permissions. And most probably scripts do this for us, right? Oh, oops. I'm thinking we want to link. This usually pops up recent things. So many files to link. But I guess this is the one. And this one should be linked from this one. So this one linking here. Why are there two dots? There are two dots in the name. But I can't click it. So bugginess. Now we can click it. There. And then we want this one linked from here. There, so click here. Why can't it click this? Is it because I was on the line? Yeah, so that was a problem. Okay. It's nice that it switches between edit mode and not edit mode, but sometimes you can be tricked by it. I'm thinking this one, we might also mention this tool. Did I do that? Yes, I did. So it's already here. That there's a sysinternals tool. That makes you read it easier if you want to download a file. Alright, at 19 this pops up every day to remind me. With a dashboard. See how many questions have I answered today? 0. How many hours this week? 21. It doesn't realize I've been studying for 5 hours, mostly tabbing back and forth to their site. That's kind of funny, right? Because this is a room where I've found what to look for. Let's say like that. Not all the information here, but what to look for. Yeah, so let's start a listener. Here, that's why we made this. So we can see it here. Let's move this a tiny bit. Oh, sorry. What? It closed the CMD. Well, I was going to drag this. That was what I was going to do. Just a tiny bit there, so it's not under the camera. There. And then we go back. And let's see here. Then we will refer the reverse shell executable to the target machine. And feel free to use vget to transfer the executable. Move it to the desired location. Remember to grant permissions to everyone to execute your payload. Yeah. We don't know the location yet, right? Okay. Right, to our user directory. Because what we do is we put it there at once. So let's use this in our example here. And we're going to use the same commands. I'm explicit here, adding netcat, and since it's not only for me, I'm making the notes. We're going to have the set of the permissions to starting a listener, and I'm assuming we will need to restart the service and stuff too. So let's just build from this here. What we need to change is the directory that we saved here. We can't call it something else, of course, right? So this is just the last example. So we saved this path. It might even help us remember the example, you know? And that's one of the places. Then we also need it in here, because we have PowerShell and CMD commands ready to run here. If we find this and we happen to be in one of these, we can just use these commands, and this one works for both. And here we also need the path. And they will do this too. I think I saw iCackles running there. iCackles grant everyone F. Yeah, so it's the same as the others. And then we already did this. So we of course need to upload the file. And currently I'm at the command prompt, so let's use searchutil. And this path is correct, so we don't have to make the file, it's just there. I didn't even make this in this room. I already had it done for another service one. So what we need to do though is to actually make a new tab and start this, right? So let's see when it downloads here. Let's paste there, searchutil. It's actually the current directory right now, but the full path doesn't matter. Completed successfully. Then we can dir here and see that we have our rev svc3 exe, as they call it for some reason. And the file, we saw that it was downloaded here too. So let's go here, because we don't need to see downloaded files anymore. Then we're going to set the permissions here. So this is like a test that my commands I've already done works. This one was from them in this room. I'm thinking that everyone is not required, you know. And we don't have any spaces in the path or anything. So unfortunately in Windows we can't just see the ACLs. But we can do get ACL, can't we do that for just the rev svc dot 3 dot exe? Oh darn, it's I don't have Swedish keyboard. Yeah, that's not the right thing to do. What is it called? So I want to do this. We don't have to. I want to test my notes and test my knowledge. So do we have anything like this here? No. We definitely need to have this in the notes. If we don't, I'm kind of annoyed. Do we have anything about this here? I don't think so. It's just about a specific command. And this is CMD commands. But this is group and privilege information, system information, services, and here we have a query state all. Oh, this is long. That's kind of the most of it right here. Processes and services. So these are like example outputs, you know. Oh, ipconfig, net user, net local group. And this is not what I'm looking for, but I might have, or I should create, right? This for PowerShell 2. Yeah, right, this is I did this for a box, I did. And now so maybe I've been streaming for too long, but I tried this in the wrong place. Did you see that? You can tell me, you know, if you see something crazy being done. It might not work here either because it doesn't exist. And also the slash is the wrong direction. And I don't know how to type one in this. Oh, I found that one. So that's luck. One of the first keys I tried. I don't have Swedish keyboard on this box, so it's still not there. No. That's supposed to be a underscore, right? So let's see. What is the path of the file? No, it's a dash. A dash. So I think I know where the dash is. So it worked. I was right. I just tried a PowerShell command at CMD. Everyone allow full control. Confirmed. But how do I do this in CMD? So let's do the quickest thing to ask this kind of question is ChatGPT, especially since we can test it at once and it's a short one. So let's actually use the file permission thingy here if we have already. At CMD, I think it will get that. eye cackles. We just eye cackles. Yeah, this is much better than the output we had here. I prefer that other output to this. Oh my god. This would have been much easier to just do this way then. So this one is my plus character there. And then we eye cackles this without double C's. Nice, nice, nice. So apparently I didn't know this. I learned something. Or should we say I didn't know it today? I might forget it again. And this is so good things to know. Raw strawberry and actually a bit of not melted ice cream. And this ice cream is funny. It doesn't have any milk in it at all. It's got pea protein instead. They just changed the recipe suddenly for one of the main brands of ice cream in Sweden. Very odd. But actually the kid didn't eat it. He eats it now. He didn't like it much, he said, and then he scooped up more. So, right. So we got exactly the output I wanted. We have full for everything. And they are inherited, these. This is so nice. Very, very nice. So we're going to add this to our instructions. Oh my god, sorry. It's ice cream. My tummy can't really handle it, I guess. Maybe it's a pea thing. I don't seem to be allergic to the ice cream, at least. I'm allergic to peas. Let's see. Alright, we don't need to add it because I just was confirming that it was changed. And this one is already done. So what we need to do now is like restart it if we have the permissions, which we probably have, because otherwise we couldn't do this, you know, because the bugs, we can't just restart it or anything like that. Reading at the wrong place. So transfer the file, set the permissions. To change the services associated, execute an account, we need to do the following again. This is SCXC. Right. So we're changing the services associated, executable, and account. This is the main thing of this one. So notice we can use any account to run the service. We can local system as it is the highest privileged account available to trigger our payload. Okay, people are driving. This is 30 kilometers per hour outside. Um, and then we restart the service, and this is where I found a quicker command, because I want to optimize these things, you know. Then we can use restart service or and with net stop, not SC. SC doesn't work that because it doesn't pause. So SC can't do everything. Let's actually have this here, because starting listener is connected to the other one. So where on earth am I? There. Yeah, let's CMD colon this, because it's a specific one. We need a PS12, which could be the same with sc.exe. And they had this in there. scconfig, tcm service, bin path, cd, and local system. To set new bin and account. Why is there a space here? Not necessary spaces when I don't want necessary spaces. I think we have to use SC for this, right? So that would give us two alternatives. To do ps and cmd and .sc.exe for both, but that might not be explicit enough for someone reading the notes. And they are public now, so we could also do .exe here, and that would work too. And it's not long enough. It's not too long, I mean. Allergies. I need to be able to breathe through at least one nostril. There. So, and we also have this here at the very start. And I know we need to add .exe. I'm kinda like going this way now. Then it would give us both. And I've done comma, colon, space. There. So now we have the space for this too. And is it not obvious this is a service name? And that I got this from TryHackMe. I might change it. But it is kinda nice to have the references back to where I learned it, you know? And here we have a link to this one too. Now we have so many other things we could link here. But we have this link here to the others, I believe. Yeah, so here it only says service name. I think I will keep that. But let's for now do TSM service here. And decide what should we use. I'm currently in CMD. We also need, of course, to upload. I don't think I did that right, so yes, we uploaded, we set the permissions, we checked the permissions. I might be going tired there, and I'm supposed to start with a box now. Well, I think I will actually start with the one that I think this one is easy and this one is harder. Isn't it that way? Easy, medium. Yeah. So after this we will hop to the box, because I guess I have dug deep enough today, and I was planning to finish the room, but I found so many great things to look into. So I'm very glad that we did not run through it, but dug deeply into the things. Services are a good thing to know about. Yeah, so this is done, this is done. This is not done. We have not changed this. So let's actually do it on the CMD. Here. Let's actually do it in PowerShell just to make sure that this bit works as it should. So I'm copying there. We're setting bin path. Oh, why? There. So let's copy it again, confirming that this syntax would work. If it doesn't work, we will know, right? Because I don't want the spaces there because the lines are so long. It's no real reason, it's just that they are long and I want the notes not to wrap around to the next line. That's the only reason I removed the spaces. Well, it's also better looking. Definitely. So here's the command: se.exe config tsm service bin path RB local system. And the reason we set full control on the file is to make sure that local system has access to it. That's a bit funny though, right? Change config success. So when we now restart it with the next command in our list here, we have PowerShell and CMD. I'm thinking which one didn't I test? Because it won't start again, so we can only test one thing. That we can test, of course, on another service to restart it. So this one I'm copying, and we didn't get any invalid argument format or whatever thing. So if this gives us the shell here, then all of the commands were correct, and also confirm that the restart service works as it should. And it did. So the last flag in this room is no, trying to type without special characters here now. Now let's stir this. CD administrator, and remembering we have to type
Kamal 0C says,
tab.
Bro play cough please, TryHack cough.
Cough. So you have a suggestion. I'm kind of tired. That's why I was thinking. I heard that that one was easy. But we can look at Koth. Sure, we can look. Let's just get this flag because it's just in the. It's supposed to be on the desktop here. Sorry for the buzz. So let's type. Let's actually practice. No, let's do type. Type flag dot txt. There. Insecure service config. So copy. I'm like, what? I got the menu. Yeah, I was in Windows, but not in Windows. I really prefer that to the Windows way. Just pop and you have the thing copied from right clicking. That's odd. Oh, alright, it is 1928 already. So 1.5 hours until Gar's event starts. So I should probably start with the box we're doing there because I need to start before the event to have a chance to be in that speed. But we can put like Koth on the list, right? I'll look at it. But we have a box that we're going to do in Gar's event. So it's his Discord, so anyone can join. So there. So now we have abusing dangerous privileges, abusing vulnerable software, tools of the trade, and conclusion left here for tomorrow. So let's finish this tomorrow, and let's see if I find something really interesting. I might dig into it again, but I feel like finishing the junior penetration tester now, right? We have neighbor here that I'm definitely might be tomorrow if we have time. But this is the one that Gar's event is doing, and if you're joining, you'll do it too, right? Then you might not wanna watch me, but we'll start this now. But first, we will look at Koth. What is Koth? Is it Windows then? Because I was looking at Windows. I don't know. We will see. So we have two Koths. We have Koth Food and Koth Hackers. And we have red. So which Koth? The easy. Oh, there's one is easy and one is medium. They don't have much likes though. Capture all 9 flags. So we can't even see the flags before we join it. The lists like thingies. Then we have Koth Food. Okay, so Koth. Okay, I get it. You don't mean this. You mean the actual one. It clicked in my brain. Okay. King of the Hill, right? So then I got it. I don't have time. For one of the King of the Hill machines, Food CTF. Yeah. So actually, are these the same? Yeah. So let's actually make a list. CTFs to do, right? Because there might be other suggestions, and we can do King of the Hill, but not now because I have limited time. I'm going to take it slow and rest a bit before the CTF. I need to be focused. I don't want to miss Gar's techniques to do things there. That's what I'm looking for the most. He's so quick. It's like magic. So we can terminate this one to be nice here to the system, and we can close that one. And this one, let's move this one into this one because it takes too much space. And then on this, let's add, or we could do it on streaming. So let's make a new folder here. Boxes to do on stream, right? That means TryHackMe kind of, because, well, there could be others, but so this one will be first in the list there. Then I'm thinking I will practice this so that I know how to do Kill Hill, because these are like practices then, right? We have done, then we will have done 2 of them. There. So and then actually do King of the Hill, but I don't even know how to start it. To be honest, I have no clue how to do it. Where do I do it? How do I do it? It might be here. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so I'm adding this to the list, okay? It's not a box to do, but it's really more a game. But now I feel like I have to start with Watcher, because Gar will start in like 1.5 hours, and I will have to probably help my kids with something before then. So let's click the start button here, and then I'll just go read. A boot to root Linux machine utilizing web exploits, so it's a web one, along with some common privilege escalation techniques. So which box isn't web, right? Anyway, so nice that we have purple. I wonder if they like look at this. Oh, you can't see it. I have my purple thingy here. So, oh, there are lots of flags. Lots of flags here. So I'm not going to read any hints. Work your way through the machine and try to find all the flags you can. So, web focused. I do need to practice web so much. So much. Well, we have the IP. Let's start box notes for this one. So, Watcher. I have started one there, but I didn't have time even to. This one is done, though it wasn't a box. New folder, Watcher, and I should have checked so I didn't have it, but I don't think so. So I usually always do a 0 info first, and here I paste the IP, and then we do like a one nmap, and I'm going to paste the nmap results here. So I still have the IP copied, so let's close these down and clear that one. Yeah, it's disconnected. That's nice when it cleans up by itself, right? So, nmap. Well, I have it in the copy paste, so. Yeah, a web one. We might have to, like, put something in host, right? Stuff. And also, we will most definitely need burp. And Firefox. It was odd to not open anything else but the command prompt on this one. Come on. And this is on burp. So let's just assume port 80. Cork mats. And you're on the right screen, right? Oh, this is tiny for me even. So why don't I do this more often? I don't know. Jekyll 411. I don't know what that is. We could also sheet. I say sheet, but I think it's cheating. Let's see what this one says. No technologies detected. There. It says something. Well, I guess this is the only thing I know so far about it. Let's make a web one. Let's actually call it 3 web. I'm just copying the meta lines here. That's the only thing. Right, there was a source. If we have a robots, it will pop up in the nmap. So let's see. Oh, also that it has this information. There, copy. So nmap, paste, and the information we have from here is we have FTP. Very interesting. And of course SSH, well, I'm saying of course, it's like all boxes have. Let's also put these lines. So, and this bit I'm going to put in the info there, and this is what we have also from web so far. Though we could put this in a bit of a prettier look there. Colors, we want colors. Yeah, so I was kind of like expecting 3 websites, 3 open ports for different odd websites. Watcher. Should we maybe put it in hosts? We will see. And if for someone who hasn't looked, I don't want any hints on boxes, so no hints. Just to be clear, I was going to add 2. So my brain is like stopping. Yeah. So what the word I'm looking for is Go Buster, but I was like blank. Maybe I should have slept an hour instead. So that time I did Go Buster, and names is not my thing right now. I can see it. We have this saved. Let's do Go Buster in the same one. And I'm typing in the wrong place. Go Buster. Yeah, let's. Sudo. I'm so off. So streaming 6 hours and 12 minutes and intense studies. Okay. Research or whatever you want to call it. So just making sure I'm not typing outside of typing my password visible. Not that it's like very secret or anything. Just I guess you should have that as your as your way to do things. Let's see, what was the IP? 128.25. So these events, Gar's events, have moved later. So yeah, me tired. Even S, X, everything is slow. TXT. Yeah, right, I was looking for TXT files there. So R is follow redirects, U is URL, W is word list, then we have thread 64, and E is, I always forget. Yeah, extended full names. That's it. Remember that. The brain is not all closed down. But I'm sure I forgot something I should have done. So, images, CSS. So this is what I meant with the full names. So we should be able to click these two. Now, for some reason, when I right click, you can see it says open link, then it changes. This recently happened, and sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. Kind of funny. Well, these are not like wonderful things to happen. So let's we have a few things to look at. We have a whole website to explore. So nothing happens here. Striped placemats. I love striped mats so much. So cool. Just lorem ipsum. Just to be safe. I don't trust them not to put something in here. So it doesn't seem to be anything. We have back to top. What is this? Nothing. Cork. Round. So what was the URL of this one? Oh, striped PHP. Okay, this is always interesting. So I want to play with this one, but first let's I think it's easier if you would happen to like run into problems and restart the box or something, if you have watcher.thm here instead, you don't have to redo things, or if you continue the next day or something, right? As long as you remember not to click enter and use, it says search with Google there, and there. Yeah, so burp, I need to put it in burp too, because I added it afterwards. Maybe I should do that always before. But this is good practice, remembering where the settings are. I think it's network connections, hostname resolution, and I'm copying the IP here. Watcher.thm. It's actually a bit cold on my legs now. It's 22 degrees outside, 28 inside. And I'm kind of nice. I like the 28. But if I close the window, it will probably go colder. At my legs, it's probably like 26 or something. I don't know. So there. So now we should have a functional page here. If we run this again. Oh, I mistyped it. That could also be a problem. That could help. But burp was needed too. So I can't. Well, cool down and do the next page too. So this is not the link. That's kind of annoying. So why would they have this? Why? This won't have anything either, but I want to check everything, I'm a noob. But that is so tempting to just skip looking at things. The view buttons doesn't work. And this will be the same, I'm sure. So there. Back to top. There. And then we only have one thing to click, it's just back to top here. So now we have the quote here and the list. So let's take any of these. We can take the striped one. Making sure that we get one of the new ones there. So let's just send this one to repeater so we can play with it. So what should we type? So I want to like do dots, but I'm not sure if this is the easiest thing to test first, but that's the thing that comes to mind for me. And to add a path, like several dots down, we add a lot of them just to make sure, and then we do like etc pass wd. We'll see if this works. We got the file. There's nothing, no security. Okay. Well, I expected this to be harder to find out about Toby and Matt and FTP user. We also have the FTP to explore, right? So let's look at the FTP actually, because we didn't get like any information about anonymous FTP or anything in the Nmap, right? So we might need. We have usernames now, so we could always try to hydra the FTP. I think that if it's anonymous, it will tell us. I think this Nmap tells us. So the web ended up in this. HTTP, and I'm going to go back to the pretty one and just let's skip that. Let's just get this one, right? And we don't have to have HTTP here. Let's have SH instead. No, maybe HTTP made it prettier. But it got broken there. Nah, it's not HTTP. So we have a nice list here. Let's see if there are any other user accounts here. Pollinate false. Bin false. Will. We have will too. So let's put this in the info here. Well, this is just text, but it's a bit formatted, so we have here Will, Matt, Toby, and FTP user. FTP user is a user too, so let's put them in order here. I'm thinking this one only has FTP, maybe. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3. So I guess we put these in a text file, and we could of course just let's do FTP next, right? So for FTP, This I'm like, why was it so easy? That's what I was thinking. Something must be very hard in this one for me as a noob. Yeah, you can see the right side. So let's make a text file. Right, we didn't find anything on GoBuster. Let's actually copy this anyway. So it is done. And I'm just pasting it here in the notes. So we have that there anyway. We might have found something. Let's just clear this one. FTP. And, well, we don't need a port. We need... Right, we could use... So what did I delete now? I was typing on the wrong place. We can do watcher .thm, right? Name anonymous. Nothing. And I don't think this will work because I think Nmap would have told us. If we FTP and guess names, we can always try that. We have I'll see that I have my user list up. So the first name is Will. I'm actually going to try Will again, and that seemed to fail, right? So trying again, trying FTP user, and I'm thinking this one might work. And I'm trying the same now, but I'll try nothing as a password too. So FTP user, nothing. And I have to go P. We have Matt and Tom. If one of these works, I will faint. So I'm thinking they will not, but I'm gonna try. FTP, Toby. No, my god. No, there's no such server. I was just crazy. I can't think when I need to pee, right? I'll be back. Right, so let's see. So I thought about this too, that this machine, right, it have like a million flags we're supposed to find. So we're supposed to try different things on the web page, maybe. We'll see. Maybe I'm like totally crazy thinking it's like a normal box. We'll see. So, yeah, so I'm going to actually open a new tab, and let's actually first CDTHM, make their watcher 1.4, it's called CD watcher. Yeah, and we can get lots of flags. Oh my. Let's actually go for some simple flags things, right? First, because this list gives me lots of places to look for flags. So home, I'm just going to tab up the notes with the users again. Home well, flag, and I'm assuming a number, of course. Let's see. They are flag 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay, brain, we will try this. .txt. But let's just send this first. And we didn't get anything. Let's just try flag first too, because those are the first tries I would do. But there should be a number here. So we have a list, and we have a list of users. So let's do this. And we have two lists. We have two sets of payloads that are supposed to go to their own places. I never remember the names. Multiple payload sets. Different payload for each different position. The attack iterates through all payloads at simultaneously, so it uses the first payload from each set. I still don't get which is which. I think this is it. It's annoying to me that this is below this. Anyway, let's mark out. So we have two things we want to change. We want to change this one, and we want to change the number, right? There. And we want lists. The first list is a simple list, and we're going to add the users. Can I paste them right? I don't think FTP user has one. We will see. Paste. There. So we have our 4 users. And then the other one, number 2, is a number. Numbers from 1 to, what did I say? Tapping on the wrong box or wrong my machine. 1 to 7. 1 to 7. 1 to 7, step 1. There. I always think, like, is it more, what did I miss? Request count. Payload count. Request count. Is this the right thing? Oh, right. That's their example thingy. It always confuses me that these are like this. Let's see what it gets from this. Yeah, I think it was the wrong one, you know? It said only... Would only do 4. This is the wrong one. So, I think it's the bomb thing. Yeah, now it's doing it. So... let's just look at one of the responses first. So, maybe they should all be the same, right? Where was it that the text was visible on the ones that had text? Let's look at that. Did I also make something wrong with the path or anything? I don't think so. Let's look at wrong one. Repeater. And let's go back. This is the one where we get it. So if I search for this one, no. Here. It hops there, right? So then we can just browse through these. Won't it hop? So it's not there then? Yeah, it is. So it won't hop there by itself. So I still have to like click everything. That's annoying. So I don't think we have anything. It will be a different length of it, right? Doesn't feel like it would be correct, this. So, that was a test at least. It might be me doing something wrong. So, I was actually doing the FTP thing, right? I was going to make a file. So, nano usernames. Do I still have it in the paste? No, I don't. My god, yeah, I was checking on my other screen. I didn't have the notes again because I was checking how many there were. The files might not even be called .txt. That was just my assumption. Right, so let's there. Let's make a new line. Press X and yeah, I think actually L usernames. I was doing the same thing to another FTP that had a .odd port. So we don't need that even here. 128.25 and right, or we can just do watcher. .tchem let's explore things. I don't think I've used such a name before. So, will one of the accounts have password 1 or password 123? That's a big question. So, we're doing will. This will take forever. I hope not. So we can do something else at the same time. I should have waited with the other thing. I should have waited with the other thing to see if it was. Well, let's just think what we have also. I want to make the notes for the FTP. Yes, love. Jag kommer. Let's see, I'm just copying the. Jag ska bara göra klart en sak så kommer jag. So I'm making a number 5 note. Hydra. And I should use the FTP user maybe. Should have had only the FTP user. We will see when I tab back there. I can't even see it right now. Oh no. Wrong place. So this is just the ones I tried. I'm just making notes on what I tried. And I tried all of these to log in. But I didn't try all of them empty. I tried anonymous with nothing. FTP user I tried twice. So it wasn't much. And I'm thinking this one can try for me, right? Maybe there was some special options for doing that. So there could be one flag. First of all, I'm thinking, let's go back to burp. And I can't even read this output, you know. Shouldn't it hop to this at once? Auto scroll, yes. Exactly, that's what I want. Auto scroll. So if I click here, it scrolls, right? And then I can just so it hops. So if there's nothing in that div, we failed. But I'm thinking, let's burp. It might not be called txt. I might be like crazy. Right. We might have SSH things here. Oh my god. There are so many files to look at. I'm like overwhelmed by all the files we could possibly look at in the user directory. So let's continue with repeater 2, right? Let's actually I think we can duplicate this one. No, it is send it to repeater. Then we get it back. We could have just had a duplicate too, right? So instead of this, we do home, well, and so I should have a like files to look for. Let's add that to my notes. So I'm going to add something to my notes here. I'm very curious what Gar will find and how quickly. And it's 40 minutes until it starts, so I should go and test things like she could my kids too. So we didn't start this one, right? We're doing another thing at the same time here, so we could abort this. It will restart, right? So it's pausing Hydra. Right. Look. Nothing? Why is it different? So I think it's nothing again. But I'm curious. Why this? Tell me what this means. Is it a time? So the raw one looks the same. So also the search is also deleted there. So I have more fun things here, right, to try. Let's just try them on all of them. So this is a perfect opportunity to play with Bert, actually, with Intruder. And I'm going to change this one now to so let's remove the flag bit. We will just look for other things here with our users. The users should still be there, but there's no 2 now. So what files do we want to look for? And let's take the opportunity to look for those files. So I kind of miss not having VSH. I installed it. I have to go check on my kids now. I'll be right back. So long. saker att testa. Yeah, so I just thought of that we didn't actually stop on anything. I'm not doing anything. So let's actually change this one. And I think it's just lowercase l, right? And do FTP user while. Yeah, but you didn't have anything to restore for. You haven't tested this user yet. Yeah, it starts from the start. So it can just work on this while I'm gone. I'm just going to make some second dinner for one of my kids. This is good. We have something to watch. You can tell me if it does anything. Yeah, so I didn't look very carefully. I just wanted something to be on while I fix the food, right? Let's look into options for this. I'm curious here. So, and also, no, tea. I was going for tea. What did I do there? Nothing. So, I'm just double checking my messages. So, right, it says be right back. Let's remove the message. And I was thinking there are files, but I don't always remember all the files in my head. Right, we could actually just... What? Oh my. So, oh sorry. I was just thinking we could look for the bash history and stuff files, and I'm going to make a list of these files. You know, I'm thinking SSH2 and things we might want to know, and I'm always thinking more about making notes for future use than to actually have. Yeah, so than to actually quickly like do the box. That's what I think. This is not actually Linux exploration, this is web. Because web is when we would have this kind of problem, right? We're trying to find things. So files to look for should be a step in our web finding, and I have not either looked for the thing that we could find there. I think I have like an FTP, but that's in you can see the screen, right? Yeah. So that's, is it connection or it's a network exploration? This is where we have FTP nodes. So here I could also have more things, but this is just like an example of FTP here. But there's a start here, and in here I should have FTP, and I don't have FTP a lot here. But of course, now when we have usernames, we can look for more files. Let's see, it was so easy to find the file, I was shocked. And I'm thinking, since I never really had a good opportunity where there's nothing in the way there, what files should I look for? So I want a good list for this. So yeah, let's add that list here and send us to it here, right? Because I haven't tried anything really. I feel like I'm so curious what God will do in 24 minutes. Right, I have to have time to raid too. Let's see, so a new note, files to look for, and on the top of course we have etc password, and we got that file. So I'm thinking home, username, and we got from this usernames, so it's like logical to assume we have usernames here. And then I'm going to paste bash history here. And let's also try it on the machine. I might just abort this one, I don't even remember. Let's look in the let's open up my info here. See, did this even have, no, these two are no login. But it has home FTP user. Yeah. So FTP is not logging in really, you know. I don't remember really. I was just doing something with this. But maybe I should try one of the other users for a bit. And what I would like to is to actually find Hydra here. So Hydra, tell me, how can I make you search through all the usernames with every password? There must be an option, right? Loop around users, not password. Yeah. So so this is what I want to do now with the list. So I'm adding these options at the start because it feels safer to make sure that they have done them. So now we're going here. And we'll see. Now we're trying them the way I wanted. Yeah. So if there's something in that's available, then it will be in the top of the file, and then it will find it, and then we can skip looking at Hydra. I'm more curious about this bit. Let's also check the time of the box. So yeah, we just passed 1 hour there. And my kids' food will be done soon, so I'll have to run down again. But let's go to burp again. Burp, burp. And actually look for the bash history here for all the users. So if any of the users, or like all of the users, bash history files, is this too lazy? Is this too lazy? They might not have anything now. It doesn't seem like that. I can recognize the size here, you know, now. I don't know what character it is that differs. Keep alive. So the keep alive is sometimes 2 digits and sometimes 3. So if it is the size, there's no contents. So we don't have any of those files. So we can discard that, and we can look for all the files quickly. I'll tab over the well, actually it needs to rest a bit, the food. So what other files do we want to check? I'm thinking SSH, though I don't have any SSH files. Of course it could be another shell. There could be flags, but we have already looked at that. The flags could be at the desktop. Right. Desktop, documents, downloads. I'm annoyed at myself for not making a new one here. Because I changed it. I can't go back here, can I? Yeah, I can go back. So let's actually instead go send it to intruders. We have a new tab now. And let's go back to cluster bomb. And oh my god. Why is nothing happening when I go back? Nothing to go back to? This is slightly annoying. I'm assuming flag.txt files. Flag.txt and a number here. That's the other one. And I don't know if it remembers. No. Oh, okay. Yeah. There. I'm just looking. Yeah, I changed this one. This one is supposed to be sniper.
Hacka says,
if SSH is active, you could try .ssh/id/rsa.
That's what I was going to do. Let's see here. Yes, I don't want tips, but it doesn't matter because this is what I'm going to add here. If you have any other tips, I'm grateful for other tips. For files to look. Generally, this could also be Windows paths, you know. So let's actually copy this bit. .ssh. Because there are lots of files, you know, that you can look for. I'm assuming we won't have access to read shadow, for example, but we could try. It could be crazy. It's tests, all of it, right? So I'm just making it again back to. I'm reverting it to cluster bomb. It used to be, and now I'm just going to change it to, because I realized the
It's not his eyes.
Oh my god, yeah, I didn't read what I wrote. Thank you. So the desktop. You know, since they're hiding the flags, let's see if the things are correct. And I will see on the size now if it's something correct. So it's going will, all the users, all the things there. So I'm still thinking I want to get on the box, right? Not just enumerate files infinitely, but this is a great way. I'm thinking, will we really find an SSH? I don't think so, but I want to test it and find more things to do. So I have somewhere a file, a list of files in my notes, and I'm going to have to stop streaming soon, but I will continue on this one. And I have to get my kid his food too. So let's actually search here for like files, like files to search for. My god, so many things called files. Oh, right. Program files. So this is not an infinite list here on the side. It's not infinite, so we can just quickly check. I'm sure I have this file somewhere. Why do I have such long lists of files? Inflating, oh. Basics? What is basics? Oh. Oh, this is one of my first notes, I think. And that I moved from Google. Yeah, this was like, but it might be something here. It's something old. Very old. And different notes from things. Yeah, so there's actually yeah, I want antivirus. Yeah, so group and sudoers. Can we read these? These are anyway exactly examples, but I'm just thinking, I've never looked at those files since then. Let's actually do this. We did find something here. Yeah, like we could look at cron tab and things like that. Getting a bit more information about actually all the system files, right? All the files I usually look in my Linux one. Right, I got ideas. So actually we could look at cron tab. That's one. Let's see here. Let's just get some information on the box before I have to stop. This is apparently a Windows thing there. See program files. So we get a lot of program files here. It's like all my notes were found on that search. Do you have any files, Haka, that I can add to the list. I'm thinking to add the ones that are in my Linux enumeration things. So here, let's see. OS release, proc version, etc issue. These ones we can have here too. Or maybe those should be there. So, because these are just files. So what else files do we have?
What kind of files? For enum?
Yeah, any files that could give us information about the machine without us actually being on the machine. Things that could help us to just get a general grip on what machine is this, what is it doing, you know, that kind of thing. So let's actually just do this one first, and see if we can do this, because so this one I think was done, and my god, why can't I click there? So I'm assuming when it is the same size that there's nothing. So I have this left now saved with just one file. Or rather, this is home. Let's make another copy. No, we're doing this in repeater. My goodness. We don't need several for the users. So if we send this, we have Ubuntu version. You know, we got lots of information here about the machine. So, and then we can do proc version. Won't get us much more information, but it's fun to play. There. Just a tiny bit here of information. And then we have this is like duplicate the tab. This version of duplicate. Oh, why did I copy the cat? There. So we only got this short one, but we get all the files. We don't have any permissions problems there. The next thing would be, of course, to try and see if we could run any commands somehow. But I'm just like not good at this yet. And I have a bit of a hurry. Oh my god, it's 7 minutes. So if you have any tips, please tell me, any one of you, for enumerating files. I don't want tips on like continuing with the box, because I don't want tips on boxes, but this is a general specific thing. What files should I look for, you know, on a box? So let's just. We got lots of more general information on it. Oh right, I didn't do this one. Oh my. Let's quickly do this one, and then is anyone online? So we even got this. Look, we know that home Toby Jobs cow sh is run, so we can look at this file too. Kind of fun, right? Yeah, that was fun. So we can cheat look at things on this. It's fun. Now we have to look at this one too. So it copies home.cow JPG to TMP.
TBH, I don't know all the files on top of my head. Usually if I have
Yeah.
a shell I explore the system. Not sure
Yeah.
about blind Ophi skeptical.
Yeah, right, it's cool, right? I think it's very cool. So I think this is very cool. I'm sorry if it's, you don't think it's fun. That is copying the file and things. I mean, this must have some kind of significance in the box. So it's fun that we can like see this. Why would this be happening? So this is the file. I don't think it will be shown as an image, right? So, but we could.
That's probably for Privescape.
Yeah, probably. But we can see it already now, and I don't have any more time to do anything else. We can cheat by looking before. So I have to look, let's see here, who's online.
It's kinda cool, but guessy which defeats the fundy.
No, but I'm thinking like there might be other files that could help us, you know. For example, we could look at configuration files and things on the web server too, right? And we could look at files, what information about the web, so we can see the code for it. We can look at anything, you know. If, for example, if it's PHP, we could see the source files. That kind of thing is cool. So, but I'll have to. Who on earth? Oh my God, cybersecurity, of course. That was not a question, of course. Oh my God, I missed this last week. I'm kind of trying to do both here. So, right, I don't want music in here. I'll hopefully not get complaints from that, from YouTube when I upload it.
True, but with normal fee in PHP you can't because PHP is hidden. If you have access to PHP wrappers then you can read PHP.
Right, the filter and things, right? Yeah. So, I hope that I can continue talking about this. Thank you very much for helping me and giving me tips, and thanks everybody else for being here. And I'm going to type raid here, and I'm going to raid cyber insecurity, and I'm going to copy the full link here into YouTube chat. There. So I think it is sending.
Fixerbot says.
Yeah, so it
YouTube
was sent
message
to
from
YouTube.
Fixit42 Live. Web link.
So thank you. I'm going to have to go and get my kids' food, and then I'm going to hop to Gar's event. Maybe you want to go there too. Heck, I don't know if you're going to be in there. Because it's, you know, his Discord event. So I'm going to click the raid button, run and get my kids' food, and hop into the Gar's event. And try to look at this at the same time. Listen to this, I guess.
Haka says.
Waving hand.